From the home of the home of champions, we head to a place that should be considered a national heritage site. Welcome along to round two of the 2024 Dutch Rotax and KZ2 Championship, powered by Chrono Karting. So from Karting Genk here in March, we are now at Circuitpark Berghem in the Netherlands, 1,100 meters, and it is the Euro layout. This particular site has also been a part of karting folklore between 1992 and 1994. Hosted the Grand Prix of the Netherlands for the CIK FIA European Championship. Hello, it's Alex Goldschmidt back in the commentary position, welcoming you all to the official Chrono Karting live stream. Well, we've already had timed qualifying completed here at this circuit. Very much old school, very much all belts and braces, and does really reward those that get it right around this circuit. We have got 7 pre-finals and 7 finals. We've got 154 drivers ready to go all out to see where they end up in the championship standings, which will take us to a quarter of a way through this season. However, we need to look back, and without further ado, we're going to take a look at the highlights from the opening round back on February the 25th at the home of champions, Karting Genk.
Lights are out, first time, and we are underway. The field fans out. Heading through into turn 3. Lazarov looking for the move up the inside through at turn 5. Puts the German on the outside going into turn 6. Maximilian Kiel now factoring into this. Oh no, and that is not exactly what Didale wants it to happen. Max Moore wins the Micromax final and celebrates in completely the right way. Restart, and this time the lights go out. Moore makes his way into turns 1 and 2, and we've had a drama, one of which was James van der Poel. That's another position for Jenthi Moonen. Zurkowitz and Moonen have, well, Moonen's just taken, that's position 21, make that possibly 22. That is the case because Utzon's run wide this race, but Vince van der Halen wins the Minimax final and celebrates. Lights are out first time, we are underway. On the run down to turns 1 and 2, Max Swiderski trying to keep a hold of the lead at the moment. Cause Maximov going round towards the outside, and a big accident at turn 2.
De race ging wel goed. De snelheid was denk ik ook wel prima. Alleen het was een beetje saai race.
Ik had een goede pace om naar voren te komen. En kopje erbij houden en gas geven. Dan komt alles goed.
Ja, een keer wat anders eigenlijk. Want normaal rijd ik altijd IAME, zeg maar. Maar het is wat anders en het is wel competitief en het is wel leuk. Dus ja, ik vind het leuk om te rijden.
Ik denk dat het wel een leuk seizoen gaat worden. Het gaat wel close worden. Maar ook zo hartstikke leuk.
Dit wordt mijn laatste seizoen van junioren. En ik hoop wel dat ik kampioen word. Dus zou wel moeten.
Echt een hele mooie ervaring en vooral heel veel leermomenten opgepakt daarmee. Dus ja, nee, dat was echt super cool om dat mee te maken. Helaas hebben we niet gewonnen, maar alsnog was een super mooie ervaring.
So, right, one of the CRGs has gone off, and that's the 2-3-2, if it's significant enough. It is happening. Down at turn 10, there's a GKS Levens power kart, Van van der Beken. Lights are out, we're underway, first time of asking. Vic Stevens leads the field into turn 1. Sveti Ubben looking up the inside early doors of Jaden Teen. As we've got 2 off exit stage left. We've got 4 karts. Mika van der Paver, Ralph van der Paver. I can't believe that. 10 to 12 positions. Devin Ross 13, Van Plomp 13, Wouter Polling 12.
Ja, we staan natuurlijk gewoon open in het nieuwe seizoen. Afgelopen seizoen wel wat pech gehad. Hopelijk dat we dat dit seizoen een beetje recht kunnen zetten. En ja, we gaan gewoon ons best doen natuurlijk.
Ja, zo goed mogelijk proberen het weer even mijn best te doen. En zien waar we geraken.
Ja, dit jaar 8 races, hoe vind je dat?
Ja, het is, hoe meer races natuurlijk, hoe leuker het is. Ja, wel leuk dat ze met de Benefit League, met de BMC samen doen 2 races, waardoor er meer rijders zijn. Ja, dat biedt natuurlijk wel weer nieuwe uitdagingen aan, dus dat, ja, dat vind ik leuk.
Dean is now starting to get a little bit more adventurous and he gets through to take the race lead. Out of the final corner, it's Jaden Teen in the 359 that wins by just over 0.4 of a second. Lights are out, we're underway, first time no asking. Nicola Guillaume, gives a bit of a hip check to, an in-person hip check there to Max Johan Overhoff. You've got to watch your 6 there a little bit, and that allows balls on the road. Max Johan Overhoff is not that far in front as Imke Arts goes through. Keeps against him, it's going to pick up the win by a comfortable margin. Themselves ready in steel for battle. Red lights on the gantry. Lights out and away. We are off and going. And we've already had a drama at the back end of the field. Sierra de Jong leads the field into turns 1 and 2. So we've had a couple of carts spin around. And one of which is the 194 and the 111. Anders Elkier and William Kluse. And there's the move for the race lead. Sven Heyer through at turn 2. On lap 7 on Sierra de Jong. Sven Heyer picks up the win in the final and is absolutely ecstatic. And even spins even does a good old spin. Drivers get themselves ready, red lights are on, red lights are out. And an absolute scramble and a half as everyone fans out. Contact in the middle of part of the road, completing the top 6. Heading into turn number 2 as we've already got one around and has already been collected. That is the 2-2-3. Daniel Tenbach. Enough racing room to get through. However, is a different matter. Looking up the inside through at turn number 4. And the 2-4-2 gets through. Great move there from Toya to get into a podium position. Toya might be trying a final push. Seeing if he can get through on this, and the guy might wait until the final. Thomas Cypers takes the win in the final. Christian de Klein takes P2 by 36 thousandths of a second at the end of 17 laps of racing in KZ2.
Always great to reminisce at what has happened last time out. But there is the official timetable, so very shortly in the next next minute or so, we'll be getting underway with the pre-final for Micromax. Then we go all the way through to probably about just past 6:30 local time here in the Netherlands. A big thank you to the sponsors of the live stream for this round of the Championship Karting Champions League. And Fachtechnik, who are a specialist in chip tuning, maintenance and engine overhaul for your vehicle. They are passionate about delivering high-quality technical solutions that improve your driving experience and optimize the performance of your vehicle. As the market leader in chip tuning, they offer tailor-made tuning solutions that maximize they offer those tailor-made tuning solutions that maximize your power, torque and efficiency of your engine. We also have Vantinen coffee machines coming on board as a sponsor. So if you want a nice cup of coffee, then inquire with Vantinen Drankautomaten from Zeeland. They've been the coffee supplier par excellence for almost 4 decades. So for the right coffee machine, good service and a tasty cup of coffee, visit their website at allthews.vantinen.nl. NL. Of course, a couple of birthdays this weekend. Yesterday from Minimax, Olivier Mazurkovic turned 12. But of course, one of our team owners here, and also one of the sponsors for the live stream at round 1 at Genk, Ronald Montfort. Happy birthday, 58 years young. He'll probably tell me later on he's 21 again. But a big thank you to everyone that is part and parcel of this paddock. And as I say that, Martin van der Strooij's Tommy's dad, Martin actually, who is watching from home, is actually one of the employees. Also, have to give a shout out to Bram Ossewaarde, who does a lot of the Wachtechniek YouTube and social media side of things. But we are getting underway with our first race, and we have had qualifying completed. There was an exclusion post-qualifying for Germany's Conor Halfer, who was found to be not conforming to regulations. I think was underweight post-qualifying and was demoted to the back of the grid, having placed 3rd in the qualifying session. So we can have 9 drivers. So 10 minutes plus 2 additional laps for all the pre-finals, 13 minutes plus 2 additional laps for the finals. Also, the drivers are now being released from the dummy grid. So let's get underway with round 2 here at Berghem. So the starting grid for the Micromax Pre-Final, which includes the rookies, has already had a bit of a drama as someone's just gone completely off the circuit whilst applying the power into the hairpin. Niki Naruhito Tomasi put it on pole position in time qualifying. Will be joined by the number 69 of Dimitar Lazarov on the front row. Ryan Rampadarath, last time out, was driver of the day, having battled a viral infection. Lines up on P3. Will be joined by Max Moore alongside Noah Steholder, and Tristan Abils ran out row 3. Mateus Clever, Belgian and Brazilian by descent, is making his debut and qualified in P7. So, bom dia to everyone over in Brazil that might be watching the official Chrono Karting YouTube channel at the moment. Had a great chat with his dad this morning. Being coached by Felipe Falk, who's also running in the TB kart outfit, and we'll see Felipe a little bit later on in the senior Rotax division. Bruce Chirino and also Conor Halfer will line up at the back part of the grid. So 10 minutes plus 2 additional laps. What we will also have is the fact that there is a little bit of a different situation. Now, traditionally when I've commentated on Rotax, it's 2 full starts and a red flag. Chrono karting is different. They have a regulation whereby it's 2 full starts, then it's a red flag, and the timer keeps on counting down. Have to give a good shout out to the team here at Camp Company that are part of the live stream, and of course also Dave Ritson over at Marienborg at the moment. So hello Dave, I know you're watching. You've just sent me a WhatsApp message, by the way. But the drivers are getting themselves steeled and ready. A lot of close quarter battling is what I'm expecting over the course of today's racing. And what's more, you've got to be very much precise on your application of when you commit to an overtake. And the fast final part of this course, 1100 meters, it's a double right, and they will be at full throttle coming through the final corner. So we're getting ready and set as they come out of the penultimate corner here at Circuit Park Berghem in the Netherlands. This will be one of 2 trips to this circuit. We'll be back here later on this year on the 13th of October. As the drivers make their way out of the final corner, into the tram lines, revs rise, and the Dutch national flag waves them off in towards turn 1. It is too wide, and they have all made it through, so a good start from the front row, very committed. It was nearly 2 by 2 hurrah going through as they're onto the back stretch at the far part of the circuit, having negotiated their way through turn 4. So into the next right-hander, which is a hairpin. So very much as, again, it's another circuit that depends on momentum carry and how you position your kart. Into a slight left kink and then another left-hander. So the drivers making their way through. Dimitar Lazarov actually went outside, high, wide and handsome, and took the race lead going into turn 1 and 2. And the drivers now make their way out of the final corner and come across the line. A little bit of a battle further back. Tristan Abils and Conor Halfer battling away over what is 6th position on the road. as there could be a possible change. Defence there for third place. It was Nikki Naruhito Tomase, who is battling with Ryan Rampadarath, who is at full strength now, health-wise, and that could help the number 32. So Max Moore, who leads not only the overall classification, but also leads the Micromax rookie class, so is looking to consolidate that in this second round of the season. This will take us to quarter of a way through the championship. The next round will take place at Karting de Fagnes in Marienborg on the 28th of April. That will be run in conjunction with the Belgian Max Challenge and the team at Karting Genk, and will also conclude the 2024 Benefit League. 2 minutes down, and Noah Steyhouder gets passed by Bruce Chirino in the meantime, but Max Moore is closing on very, very quickly to the coattails of Dimitar Lazarov. Nikki Naruhito Tomase in third. Ryan Rampadarath is at the back of this four-cart train. Into the next right-hand hairpin they go. And it was 0.6 of a second after the opening 2 laps covering these 4 drivers. And then there's a gap back to Tristan Abeels in the number 9, the young Belgian, about nearly 1.5 seconds. Rampadarath trying to put the frighteners on Naruhito Tomase for that third place. But Lazarov still leads out of the final corner through into complete lap number 3. 4.5 tenths now cover the top 4. Incredibly close, and Conor Halfer has made his way from the back of the grid to 6th and is closing on Tristan Abeels. But it's still very much a cat and mouse game at the sharp end of this young grid in terms of the Micromax drivers. Rampadarath getting a little bit later on the brakes in comparison with everybody else. Good to see that over 215 people are watching the official Chrono Karting YouTube channel. A big thank you for everyone that has helped the channel to grow to over 1,000 subscribers so far. So if you haven't already shared it, if you haven't already subscribed and you haven't liked and turned on the notification bell, you need to do so. The more you can help us, the more that we can get the word out about Chrono Karting. Attempt there from Tomase trying to get through on Max Moore for second place, whereas Tristan Abeels is sternly defending against Germany's Conor Halfer. Tomase was sticking the nose out towards the inside of Max Moore into turn 4, but no opportunity there for the number 25 who started on pole position. Gap now between Ryan Rampadarath and Tristan Abeels. Oh, Rampadarath goes on the offensive, tries to get through on the inside of Nikki Naruhito Tomase and gets through. That was at turn 6. And yeah, hello Mike, the big boss himself as well, says Dave, over in Marienborg. But great move there from Ryan Rampadarath, who's really carrying a lot of momentum. So he could be in with an earshot of going for the race victory. Just over half a minute away from hitting half-time on the timer. Rampadarath is looking towards the inside as to slot back in behind Max Moore as they went into turn number 1. Nikki Naruhito Tomase trying to get through. Rampadarath has got through on Max Moore for second position. Naruhito Tomase looking up the inside of Max Moore through into turn 5. Moore sternly defends and parks the number 18 on the racing line and stays ahead for the minute. But Lazarov has led every single lap so far. Half-time has been reached. Rampadarath now has an opportunity to go for the race win. And move to the right-hand side ever so briefly there, through into the penultimate right-hander. But Rampadarath is going to go for it through the final turn. That's an audacious move. And the young man from the Netherlands gets through. The number 32 now takes the race lead as we go on to lap number 7. Incredible, but he makes a mistake. And that's going to open the door for Dimitar Lazarov. Naruhito Tomase sends it up the inside of Max Moore, takes third place. Conor Halfer, in the meantime, has closed on in and he's caught them up. It's 3 wide for third place into turn number 5. And Nikki Naruhito Tomase holds on. Max Moore keeps a hold of that place in 4th, but goes towards the outside at turn 6. That's going to open the door for Conor Halfer. And Halfer has got through. He's got 2 for the price of 1, and he's up to 3rd. Great recovery after a difficult qualifying, having been excluded post-session, I think, for being underweight. Conor Halfer really has made sure to say to everybody else, hey, look, a technical exclusion in qualifying is not going to stop me moving up the order. But Ryan Rampadarath and Dimitar Lazarov are now going to be side by side into turn one. Rampadarath stays brave and to the outside and carries the momentum through and keeps the race lead. Great work there by the number 32. But if they keep on battling like that, it is going to be the case that Conor Halfer, Niki Naruhito Tomase and Max Mort will close on in and make sure that they battle for the race lead. 3 minutes and 20 still to go. Running a little bit wide there through turn number 6 was Conor Halfer. Niki Naruhito Tomase lost a little bit of momentum and nearly opened the door for Max Mort to get through. Bruce Chirino is a little bit further behind. He's about close to 10 seconds behind Tristan Abils, who's running solo at the moment down in 6th place. Matthias Clever and Noah Stehauder rounds out the 9 strong. But the battle for third is really heating up. Niki Naruhito Tomase trying to get through on Conor Halfer into the run into turn 1. And whilst they're battling, that is allowing Rampadarath and Lazarov to get away into the distance. Bruce Chirino, in the meantime, has dropped all the way down to stone dead last. And that has meant Matthias Clever now up to 7th. Noah Stehauder up to 8th. But 4th and 5th being hotly contested. I think there's fireworks possibly in the offing here, courtesy of Naruhito Tomase and Max Mort. That's the battle for 4th on the road. So that's allowing Conor Halfer to get away and scamper off into the distance and close on in on Lazarov and Rampadarath. 2 minutes to go, and we go on to lap 10. Fastest lap of the race so far. Last time around was Conor Halfer, 52.219, was nearly 4 tenths quicker than Lazarov and was was nearly 2.5 tenths quicker than Rampadarath, who leads. But Rampadarath, with the benefit of clear air, is also going to be able to push that cart a little bit harder and get away into the distance. Just under a minute and a half to go, plus 2 additional laps, and Ryan Rampadarath is on the rampage right about now, trying to move away into the distance and put a little bit of a gap between himself and Conor Halfer. In the meantime, now has been clocked by Dimitar Lazarov in 2nd position, who took a look over the right shoulder, and they are separated by just over a tenth. Oh, Halfer looked for the move up the inside of Lazarov into turn 1, thought better of it, and that has allowed Rampadarath to get a lead of about 4 tenths of a second. So these drivers are really pushing as the remainder of the field comes across the line. Matthias Clever drops down to 9th position. Chirino up to 8th. But Rampadarath, his lead is starting to be eaten into by the 3 behind. Lazarov, Halfer, Tomase, they are very much line astern again, like we saw the top 4 at one point, which had Rampadarath at the back of the train. But this could be the move for second. Halfer up the inside through the penultimate right-hander on Lazarov, and Tomase has also got through at the same time, and he's now trying to go for 2nd position. 3 laps to go. Tomase looking for the move up the inside through into turn 1. It's going to be a bit of a squeeze, but he has to wait for it and loses a bag full of momentum. That's going to bring Dimitar Lazarov the opportunity to get back into that 3rd place. But whilst this has all been happening, Ryan Rampadarath has got a lead of nearly 8 tenths of a second. Time has already expired, so 2 more laps to go. And Max Mort tried out of turn 6 to get through on Dimitar Lazarov for that 4th place. But unfortunately, wasn't far enough alongside, or possibly far enough in front to get the job done. So 2,200 metres left to go in this opening race of the weekend. And Rampadarath has got a lead, and it's been chopped into a little bit by Conor Halfer. New fastest lap of the race 2 laps ago, Niki Naruhito Tomase, 51.816. Lazarov still battling away with Max Mort for the final position in the top 4, let alone the top 5. So after this, it will be just 1.1 kilometres to go. Ryan Rampadarath at the minute, having taken the lead just after the halfway point of the race. We're on lap 13 out of 14. Max Moore now trying to pressurise Dimitar Lazarov into a mistake, but that is not quite happening. Number 18 is going to have to fight back in the final a little bit later on. Last lap board now out. Ryan Rampadarath, the number 32 from SP Motorsport, leads by only a 1/10.5 as Conor Halfer has absolutely put the pedal to the metal and has put in the fastest lap of this race, 51.651 seconds, and got the gap down from what was 4.5 tenths to a 1/10.5. And now on to the run to turn 5. Halfer waiting for the opportunity to present itself. If he can't see that happening, he's got to go for the move. But Niki Naruhito Tomasi has also got to try and close on in. It looks like Noah Stehauder has ended up retiring from this race. But with the final lap about to conclude the Micromax Pre-Final here at Circuit Park Berghem in the Netherlands. It's going to be a possible drag race to the finish, but it's going to be the run to the final corner. Out of the final corner, it's going to be a drag race to the line. Who's going to get it? It's Rampadarath by 29 thousandths at the line. Rampadarath did exactly what he needed to do, but ran a little bit wide, nearly completely opened both barn doors for Conor Halfer, who did a nigh-on top gear from the rear. Started 9th, finished in 2nd. Niki Naruhito Tomasi not only bettered his previous fastest lap by just over 2 tenths and picked up 3rd place as the last couple of drivers come across the line. Noah Stehauder ending up 2 laps down according to the live timing, but Ryan Rampadarath puts himself on pole position for the final a little bit later on, which will take place at 4 p.m. this afternoon. Conor Halfer from 9th to 2nd, a gain of 7 positions. And being pipped by just 29 thousandths of a second. Niki Naruhito Tomasi in 3rd. Dimitar Lazarov, Max Moore round out the top 5, covered by 1.2 seconds after 14 laps of racing. Tristan Abils in 6th. Matthias Clever on debut with the TB kart squad. Ends up in 7th place in the number 13, so well done. Bruce Chirino and Noah Stehauder complete the finishing order, so that is the first of our 7 pre-finals carried out here at Circuit Park Berghem in the Netherlands. But next up, we will have our Minimax contingent, 23 drivers and all, coming up very shortly. Now we get underway with our pre-final for Minimax, and here is your 23 strong starting grid. Pole position after a session that was actually curtailed due to a full course yellow with about 3 minutes remaining. Gage Moyes takes pole position and starts on position number 1 for this particular race. Alongside will be Sebastian Brand from Germany in the number 181. Rickert Joppen and Jara Kiewicz-Bosch round out row 2 with Julian Dummer and Jeff Verbeek row 3. James van der Poel and birthday boy yesterday Olivier Mazurkiewicz round out row 4 with AJ Berggraaf and Vince van der Hallen rounding out the top 10. Devrim Jeter, Lawrence van Vlaanderen, Milano Shiphorst, Thibaut de Groot and Tim Steger round out the top 15. Steger given a 3-place penalty post-qualifying for unsportsmanlike driving behaviour. Tiger Holthausen, Mika Vonk, Jesse Andringa, Duncan Oudsen, Thijs den Dekker, Liam Bastero, who was in the tyre barriers earlier on, ended up 21st with Jens Kielster 22nd. Maxim Becker from Germany in the 157 will have to start from the back of the grid due to a technical non-conformity found in scrutineering, demoting the number 157 to the back of the grid. So once again, it will be 10 minutes plus an additional lap, as we saw with Conor Halfer in qualifying. Managed to get up to second, but Maxim Becker has got 22 drivers to get past in the next 14-15 laps to take the win in the pre-final. But that is easier said than done. So the drivers make their way through the penultimate right-hander here at this €1,100 final layout of Circuit Park Berghem, as we're set to get underway here in the Minimax pre-final. Out of the final corner, into the tram lines, revs rise. Are we ready? Are we steady? National flag drops and we're underway first time, and a good start from the outside of the front row by Sebastian Brand as the field makes its way 2 wide at points through into turns 1 and 2. Gage Moyes drops to second. Through into turn 4, one running a little bit wide and onto the outside curbing. Getting a bit of a jolt through the spine as Gage Moyes trying to get through on Sebastian Brand for the race lead at turn 5. Rickert Joppen, who was also at the sharp end of qualifying earlier on today, very much in the mix in P3. Jara Kiewicz-Bosch running 4th or 5th, I expect, but Sebastian Brand doing the right thing, going very, very much on the offensive at the start. So through into the final corner they go, and it is going to be Germany's Sebastian Brand that will lead the way, but it's a 3-way scrap at the front end of the field. Gage Moyes back at the front end now, and it was 0.136 between Moyes, Brandt and Joppen. Olivier Mazurkiewicz has jumped all the way up from 8th and is now 4th and is chasing them down. 5th, it's Jara Kiewicz-Bosch with Julian Dummer. Now there is an opportunity for Rickert Joppens to go for second on Sebastian Brand through turn 5. And Brand defends very, very sternly. But this has allowed Gage Moyes to get away into the distance very, very quickly. The gap between first and second after the opening lap was just 71 thousandths. That gap looks to be at least 3 to 4 tenths of a second. A little bit further back, there is a bit of argy-bargy. Through between an Xpree, a Tony Kart and a CRG, and someone went definitely doing the old Danny Ricklick, the stamp and send it through turn 1. Gage Moyes, after 2 laps, has nearly a colossal lead of best part of nearly 9.5 tenths of a second. Ah, right, that is out of possibly turn 5, I believe. I'm not 100% sure, but there is a yellow flag out on circuit. Jeff Verbeek, well, Maxim Becker opting to not start. Jeff Verbeek not starting either. So we're down to 21 drivers. So not too sure who that was. I'll find that out as soon as the timing updates accordingly. 7.5 minutes to go. And the driver is actually getting great work by the marshalling crew here at Circuit Park Berghem. And, right, there was the 126 Jeff Verbeek who made the move to Bouvin Power, did not make the start. So must have had a technical breakdown. Gage Moyes now has a lead over Rickert Joppen. So it is a Dutch 1-2. Germany occupy positions 3 and 4. Olivier Mazurkiewicz now down to 5th place, but is battling away with Dummer for that 4th position. Vince van der Hullen, the winner of the final back at Karting Genk, is now up 4 positions from 10th and is 6th and is running very, very quickly indeed. Fastest lap of the race so far. Gage Moyes, no surprise, out in clear air. And that looks to be, Laurens van Vlaanderen is the driver that was off the circuit just a moment ago and is being swallowed up by the field. He's going to have to keep out of the way, so the blue flags will be waving to Laurens van Vlaanderen to let the rest of the field go through. So Gage Moyes has a lead of now. It's gone down from a second to 7.5 tenths because Rickert Joppen that time was very, very much quicker, over 2.5 tenths quicker than Gage Moyes. New fastest lap of the race by the driver in 3rd position, Julian Dummer from Germany, the 1.25 who started on the inside of row 3, now up to 3rd place. 49.611 and is trying to close on in. Meantime, Vince van der Hullen is right on the coattails of Sebastian Brandt running in the FM livery. Of course, another person that had a birthday yesterday in the Rotax community, Maxi Fleischmann, also had a birthday to celebrate. I'm not too sure how his head is feeling if he's had too much to drink last night, but he may not have done. However, we're coming up to 40 seconds to go before we hit half-time on the 10-minute timer, before we go into the last couple of laps. Rickert Joppen has been absolutely demolishing that gap that Gage Moyes had after the first 2 to 3 laps. As there's Vince van der Hullen up the inside through at turn 5, nice and neatly through on Sebastian Brandt. And just behind them is going to be James van der Poel in the 106 running on the Sodi Kart chassis. Milano Schiphost, Jara Kiewicz-Bosch and AJ Berggraf round out the top 10. Tim Steger's made up 3 places to 12th behind Duncan Hudson in the number 177. We've now hit half-time as we're going to go on to lap 7 of this race. And James van der Poel in the wheel tracks was possibly looking to go up the inside of Sebastian Brandt through into turn 1. Thought better of it. Rickert Joppen was 63 thousandths behind Gage Moyes after lap 6. So that now means Gage Moyes has got to be very, very careful, not make any unforced errors. Don't succumb to the pressure from the driver that is right on your rear bumper. So down onto the backstretch, heading into the final 2 right-handers, into the penultimate right-hander here at the circuit. Gage Moyes trying to just keep it nice and calm. Don't be irrational or erratic with the steering, the inputs on the throttle and the brakes. James van der Poel has got past Sebastian Brandt eventually and has gapped him. So Sebastian Brandt might be between a bit of a rock and a hard place. And I think has just lost out to Milano Schiphost in the meantime. That looks to be the case. As the 2 leaders make their way through into turn number 5 and 6. Mazurkiewicz closing in on Julian Dummer on the 125 entry for 3rd place. Van der Hullen in 5th. Van der Poel 6th. Brandt looks to be 8th. Maybe make that... right. There has been a change. So it was Jara Kiewicz-Bosch that is now... He was trying to get through on Sebastian Brandt. Brandt retook the position. And just behind them, they've got AJ Berggraf. So Moyes leads by just over a tenth from Joppen, Dummer, Mazurkiewicz. Devrim Yater has dropped down 6 positions from 11th on the starting grid to now 17th. As here comes the move from Rickert Joppen. There's a little bit of grazing between the pair. And it's not about a farmyard animal grazing the grass. It's a little bit of a rub between the pair, but Vince van der Hullen is trying to close in on Olivier Mazurkiewicz, who is trying to frantically get through on Julian Dummer and could make the move into the penultimate right-hander, and it happens. That's a great move from the young man who celebrated his 12th birthday yesterday. Incredible stuff, but Julian Dummer is not going to let that go by any stretch of the imagination. 2.5 minutes remaining on the timer. Some great scraps, but this is allowing Vince van der Hallen to close in on the battle, and he's right on the back bumper of Julian Dummer coming out of turn 4. He's looking to the inside line, possibly to get the side draft. Wasn't able to do so. Gage Moyes, in the meantime, has kept that position ahead of Rickard Joppen. And now, defensive goes Dummer on van der Hallen in the meantime. AJ Berggraf has now moved up to 9th, having got past Jara Kivitsbosch. But this scrap here, mistake there from Julian Dummer. And did that mean that Vince van der Hallen's going to keep it round the outside? They bang sidewalls, and still Julian Dummer holds on to that position by the skin of the race overalls on his back. But Gage Moyes still frantically keeping a hold of that race lead on Rickard Joppen. This is a titanic battle at the front end. And now that Dummer and van der Hallen were battling, that's released Mazurkovic. And it's also brought into the fray for 4th place James van der Poel in the 106 Sodi kart. Incredible battling that we are seeing by these young drivers in the Minimax class. Absolutely fantastic. That's what you want to see. These young drivers are hungry, motivated. Pretty much every one of them wants to go into Formula 1, but that's going to be an opportunity for Vince van der Hallen, but it's going to open the door for James van der Poel. And now it's going to be into the penultimate right-hander. Will Vince van der Hallen get through on Julian Dummer? The answer is yes. This is incredibly close, and there is the move for the race lead. Rickard Joppen, did he get through on Gage Moyes? Yes, he did. 27 thousandths behind the number 134 on the start-finish line when we completed lap number 11. And Rickard Joppen now has 34 seconds plus 2 laps to battle away with Gage Moyes. But in the meantime, Vince van der Hallen has the fastest lap of the race, 48.254. Gage Moyes looking up the inside, but a mistake there from Rickard Joppen. They bang sidewalls again to the 2 leaders. And Olivier Mazurkovic has got the ringside seat. It was 0.73 between the top 3. This is going to be an almighty battle into the final corner. Gage Moyes retakes the lead. Mazurkovic looking to get through on Joppen, but has to hold on for 3rd of the minute. 2.5 tenths covering the top 3. Gage Moyes was like a coiled spring going through that final corner, and was saying to Rickard Joppen, you've got to do exactly what I want you to do. You're going to play my game, not the other way around. Timer has hit 0. 3 drivers are contesting the race lead. Gage Moyes, who has led pretty much most of the race laps so far. Rickard Joppen right with him at the minute, along with Olivier Mazurkovic, who is going to come out on top. Whilst they're squabbling, Vince van der Hallen is closing on him, but there is a battle a little bit further behind. There's going to be 2 more laps to go, 2,200 metres to decide the race winner. Mazurkovic again looking to get the slingshot out of the final corner. Not quite happening in the minute. 0.18 separate the top 3 once more as we go on to our penultimate lap. Lap 14 out of 15. Gage Moyes has done a fantastic job so far, really keeping Rickard Joppen, and now he's got to do the same with Olivier Mazurkovic. Incredible racing that we are seeing so far. And in the meantime, Milano Schipholt has got past Julian Dummer. So the number 125, champion last year, has been against the walls, had his back against the wall, so to speak. But Mazurkovic is trying to go for broke and see if he can go for the race win. 1 more lap to go. Gage Moyes looks over the right shoulder. Now the real defence starts happening. 1.5 tenths separating the top 3. Incredible going on to the final lap into turn 4 for the final time. This is absolutely brilliant stuff. And Mazurkovic has tried to pull alongside Joppen coming out of turn 4 into turn 5. Mazurkovic trying every trick in the playbook. Tries to get the switch back through 6. It's not going to work there. And now they see who's behind them. It's Vince van der Hallen in the number 130 that has caught them. And this has allowed the breakaway for Gage Moyes that he needed, that he wanted. And he had at the beginning of the race. And there's van der Hallen up the inside of Mazurkovic for 3rd. But out of the final corner, the checkered flag will wave. And what a job by Gage Moyes to take the win. And that was just absolutely heart in your mouth, nails being bitten to the quick kind of race that you want to see. Gage Moyes wins the Mini Max Pre-Final by nearly 8.5 tenths of a second after 15 laps. And for the last three, heading into that last lap, it was no more than, say what, 3 tenths of a second. Rickert Joppen takes P2. Vince van der Hollen storms from 10th on the grid to finish 3rd, ahead of Olivier Mazurkiewicz. Milano Shiphorst up 8 places from 13th to finish 5th, ahead of James van der Poel. AJ Berggraaf started 9th, finished in 7th, ahead of Julian Dummer, Jara Kiewitzbosch, and Sebastian Brandt, who was on the outside of the front row of the grid. Tim Steger up to 11th at the finish, ahead of Duncan Hudson, Thibaut de Groot, Mika Vonk, Tygo Holthausen, Jesse Adringa, Liam Bestero up 4 places from 21st to finish 17. Devon Mieta dropped 7 places at the checkered flag to finish 18th. Dyson Dekker, Jens Kielstra and Lawrence van Vlaanderen rounding out the 21 finishers. Jeff Verbeek, a non-starter, and Maxime Becker also a non-starter on that one. So, 2 exciting pre-finals. We've got another 5 to go. We've got Junior Rotax, which includes the rookie division coming up next. There was a penalty post-qualifying for Jod van Ekelen, who who was at the bottom of the timesheets, but also effectively had a front-fairing penalty, meaning that the bumper was out of position, and in qualifying, as per the current sporting regulations, that means that the driver will be demoted 3 places. As you can see there behind the timetable, we are going to be running pretty much for the rest of the afternoon. The qualifying got us, the real sort of business side of this race weekend underway at 11:30 local time, but we are going to be running till probably about just after, or coming up to about 25 to 7 this evening, depending on if we have any stoppages or any delays. Of course, hive of activity. There you see part of the viewing area, and also where the drivers are all lined up. Of course, it is a very compacted and very, very busy dummy grid here. So there's 2 stages to it where you've got everyone lining up. So you've got the seniors lined up and ready for their pre-final. 34 out of the 154 drivers that are here this weekend. Just a reminder of the calendar for those that haven't checked out the official chrono karting social media channels or have not headed to www.chrono.nl, which is the official website. We'll be heading to Karting de Fagne in Marienburg for round 3 on the 28th of April. 19th of May, we'll head to Circuit de Lansard, just outside of Eindhoven, on that particular occasion. Then we also take a trip to Germany, to Kartbahn Kerpen, the Erftlandring, just out, not too far outside of Cologne and Düsseldorf in Western Germany. The 23rd of June. 15th of September, we'll head back to Circuit de Lansard for round 6 out of 8. And then at that point, we will also have the decision made on who will be representing Team Netherlands at the 2024 Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. I will go a little bit into depth as to how the tickets are awarded here in the Chrono Karting Dutch Rotax Championship a little bit later on. Circuitpark Berghem will host the penultimate round of the season on the 13th of October, and then we will return to the place where it all started back on the 25th of February. On the 3rd of November 2024, we will have our final round of the 2024 Dutch Rotax and KZ2 Championship powered by Chrono Karting. So, as they say, it is the calm before the storm. About 30 seconds away from getting underway with our Junior Rotax Pre-Final. So there's a couple of those signs up there saying your speed. It's a bit like when you go through a 30-mile-an-hour speed limit zone in a residential area, and they'll have those signs up, and it will give you a smiley face or a frown, a smile that's upside down, and a red face showing that you're going a bit too fast in the local area. Got one there, and then also one towards where the end of the pit lane is. So let's take a look at the grid for the pre-final for Junior Rotax. Pole position goes to the 282 of Thijs Stevens, but in Blankenberg will be alongside on the front row with Boris Maximov, Thijs van Wijk on row 2. Noah Janssen and Ryan Kiewitsbosch will be on row 3. Rocco Kerr and Timo Koopmans will be on row number 4. Evert Dorrestein and Jure Valkenaars will be completing the top 10. Evert Dorrestein, one of several of the drivers competing in this championship that have been selected by the Knaf Kart Academy to help progress their careers in motorsport. She was also one of the top 4 finalists for this year's FIA Girls on Track last year. Behind them we've got Lieke van Berkel and Jim Buck. Adam Vida and Max Sederski round out row 7. Luca van Leer and Rick Corporal. Row 8, Bran van der Weken, Oliver Janssen, Vince and Levi Dries round out the top 20 with Philip Wisniewski, Nuden Engelsman. Then we've got Tony van Leersum, Charlotte van Leersum and Jort van Ekelen rounding out the 25 strong Junior Rotax grid. So current air temperature is 10 degrees, it's cloudy overhead, 83% humidity, north wind of 16 kilometers an hour, which is about 10 miles an hour here at the circuit. So the Rotax flags are, as well as the chrono karting flags, are flapping in the breeze here in Berghem. This is going to be Thijs Stevens' last year as a junior driver. He's been a junior for quite a few years, has also competed in a multitude of competitions, including the Euro Trophy. The B&L Karting Series, also qualified for Team Netherlands as an E20 junior driver just a couple of years ago. But here we go. Out of the final corner, revs rise into the tram lines. Are we ready? Are we steady? We are underway as Stevens leads the field. It's going to be an absolute flood of junior Rotax drivers. They are still 2 wide, 3 wide actually coming out of the, and we've had an incident coming through into turn 2. One on top of the other. One is the 203 and the other one is the 249. Philip Wisniewski and Nuden Engelsman out. Well, not out of the race, but one on top of the other. It was going to be a pinch point there through into turn 2. And we've had another drama at 4 with Jim Back being involved. There was also a CRG escaping the scene of the crime. Didn't quite pick out the number, but it is going to be Thijs Stevens that leads the field. Looks like Boris Maximov has made his way up into 2nd position in the 230. The young man running with Berghem and his crew. Noah Janssen and Thijs van Wijk up to 3rd and 4th respectively. Bodin Blankenberg drops to 5th. Rocco Kerr up 1 place to 6th. Jure Valkenaars up 3 places to 7th. So Jim Back, Timo Koopmans, Rick Corporal. Oh, right, that is the 277 that's just parked it on the right-hand side. And that's Jort van Ekelen on the Lando Norris kart. So looks like we are having a little bit of attrition in the early stages. We're not even 90 seconds into this race, and it does go to show that sometimes some drivers can be a little bit more than exuberant and enthusiastic. And that final corner can be a bit of a possible issue when it comes to traction. And I have seen quite a few drivers from juniors upwards go completely sideways through that final corner whilst you're applying the throttle. But Noah Janssen is now having to defend, and he's going to lose 2 places into turn 5. So Van Wijk and Blankenberg through on the youngster from Germany on the 281. Stevens has got a lead of just under 0.3 of a second from Boris Maximov. 7 3/4 minutes to go, plus 2 additional laps. So Van Ekelen out, Wisniewski out, then Engelsman out. So 22 drivers still competing. Max Sadursky has made up 7 places from 14th on the grid and is now 7th. Still remember when nicknamed him Mad Max at one point. I know his mum and dad are here, Annabelle and Piotr. Right, yellow flags at Marshall Post 1. So we have got a situation where either there's been an incident or someone has been off the circuit. So Stevens leads at the minute by half a second. Has there been a change for third? The second, the answer is yes. So Maximov got overtaken by Van Wyk through into the first complex, and Maximov is now going to lose out to Blankenberg, who's got through at turn 5. Right, Rocco Kerr and Charlotte Van Leersum, I've just noticed, have tumbled down the timing screen, so that might be the explanation behind the yellow flag. But Van Wyk is closing in on Stevens, so that lead is not going to be half a second. What is it now? 0.27. A new fastest lap from Van Wyk 2 laps ago, 45.615. Maximov is not letting Blankenberg get away, but in the meantime, Max Sadursky has just got through on Noah Janssen. That's for 5th place. That was at turn number 4. And that means the Max Sadursky so far has made up 9 places. There's still 5 minutes and 40, plus 2 additional laps. Rocco Kerr becomes the latest casualty in the race, having started in 24th and, well, having started actually in 7th position. So Rocco Kerr not having a good race either. So Charlotte Van Leersum rounds out the 21 drivers that might and is still circulating. Rocco Kerr unfortunately isn't. However, change for the race lead. Van Wyk gets through on Stevens at 4. Great anticipation there from Thies Van Wyk, getting through on Dave Stevens. Blankenberg is in this, Maximov is in this. Wait another couple of laps and I'm sure Sadursky will be there to join the party, along with Noah Janssen and Jur Valkenars, who's 7th, up from 10th on the start. Eva Dorrestein up 1 place from 9th on the grid. She's ahead of Bran van der Weken, who's up from 17th to 9th. Lieke van Berkel completes the top 10 as we now complete lap 7. New fastest lap by Blankenberg. Top 3 covered by 2 tenths. And there is a driver in front. I think that might be, well, it looks like Philip Wisniewski might have rejoined the circuit in the 2:03, but Stevens is going to fire it up the inside of Van Wyk to get through to retake the race lead at turn 5. So good anticipation there from the very experienced junior driver, Dave Stevens. He will more than likely move into the senior category next year. But Maximov is still there or thereabouts. He's 4th in this train. New fastest lap of the race, Jur Valkenars, 45.442. Lieke van Berkel has been dumped out of the top 10 courtesy of Adam Vida. Oh, that was a bit of a late move there from Van Wyk. He got through, nipped it in the bud, threaded the eye of the needle, and Stevens went, right, okay, I'm going to have to fight this one, aren't I? But don't count out the 2 behind. Maximov sends it up the inside through on Blankenberg on the approach into turn 5. Neatly done by the 230, who in 2022, by just a single point ahead of Tom Strela from Latvia, picked up the Minimax European, the Euro Trophy crown at Karting de Fagne in Marienburg. And that was the same year when Dave Stevens won the E20 Junior Euro Trophy title, battling along with the likes of Dave Stams. And they all headed to Portimao later on that year. But with this quartet, 3.5 tenths of a second apart, it's difficult to predict a winner. Maximov trying to go on the offensive with Dave Stevens, heading in the run into turn 5. Stevens says, no, you don't. You are not getting past. But again, this is allowing the 3 behind, Sadursky, Janssen and Valkenars, to close on in. The top 7, after 9 laps, were covered by just under 2.1 seconds. And that gap between Blankenberg and Soderski last time around was over 1.1 seconds. That's going to be at least, I think, halved, if not more. Stevens and Van Wyk, who are second and first respectively, have now got a gap of about half a second between themselves and Maximov, and that's Blankenberg up the inside. And Max Soderski got that gap down to 0.7 of a second. Van Wyk still holds on to the race lead. Noah Janssen, new fastest lap of the race. 45.214 by the 2.81 with Dor Motorsport. One's the likes of Nikita Genza and Mats Johan Overhoff in DD2, who we saw in action at the first round of the season back at Carlton Genk on the 25th of February. So a minute and a half to go. It's still nip and tuck. And this is at a faster pace than we saw with the Minimax at the sharp end of the field battling away. Looks like Filip Wisniewski has parked the kart again. So the 203 is out. 21 drivers set to complete this race. We're on lap 12 on the run down to turn 5. So Van Wyk, Stevens and Blankenberg. That's your top three. They were covered by 0.3 of a second. As Soderski has got through. Now that's 10 positions gained by the 297. Originally from Poland. Did a lot of help with regards to the Ukraine, with regards to the company, and a lot of people were helping with regards to supplies, but also Max being Polish by descent as well as being Dutch. So I'm sure that my good friend from Karting Rapport, Bartosz, is probably watching. Change behind Noah Janssen. So I'm wondering if Valkenars has lost out to Bram van der Weken. But the top three are still line astern. Nothing to separate these three. You could cover with them quite easily with an A4 sheet of paper if they were stood still and miniaturized, so to speak. But we are coming down to the final few seconds of the timer counting to 0. Van Wyk, this is going to come down to the wire. I think we're going to be going on to our penultimate lap. 3, 2, 1. And they cross the line with exactly 0 on the clock. Van Wyk started 4th, is holding on to the race lead, but Stevens decides through at turn 4. Right, now's my opportunity. And Van Wyk straight away with the cutback gets through to retake the race lead. Blankenberg's just got to position the kart to be in the right place at the right time. Don't force it, don't overcommit, and just wait to see if that opportunity presents itself. Meantime, battle for 4th now being led by Noah Janssen in the 281. And back markers, oh, that was very, very close indeed. That was Charlotte van Leeuwen. Leeuwen trying to get out of the way and nearly got collected by the leaders. 2 laps to go. They timed it to 0. And in the meantime, Jur Valkenars is battling away with Noah Janssen. Van Wyk goes defensive into turn 4. Stevens is between a rock and a hard place right now as the 282. And is going to try and possibly... That's not going to be a switchback attempt there at turn 5. That's a bit difficult to try and do that. But it's now through the run into the left-hander here at 7, into 8. Now into 9. Through into turn 10. One more corner to go. Last lap board will be shown this time. Van Wyk leads. Stevens right up the rear bumper. Through into turn 1 for the final time. Lap 16 underway. And Van Wyk is having to defend quite sternly. Janssen having to battle with Valkenars. Blankenberg senses that the opportunity is nigh. Stevens decides to straight line it, and that's going to allow Blankenberg to try and get through on Van Wyk for second. Dave Stevens just went, right, I'm getting here. Up the inside, no hesitation. Killer instinct unleashed. That was a great move. Just calm, cool, went about the business at hand. And out of the final corner, it's going to be Dave Stevens who wins the race by next to nothing. 61 thousandths of a second out of Thijs van Wyk. Bodine Blankenberg rounds out the top three, covered by 0.183 of a second. Blankenberg picks up also the fastest lap of the race, 45.109. Jur Valkenars up from 10th on the grid to finish 4th ahead of Noah Janssen. Boris Maximov takes 6th ahead of Max Sidersky, Adam Vida and Eva Dorrestein, who finished exactly where she qualified, 9th at the end of it all, with Lieke van Berkel rounding out the top 10. Well done to both of them. Bran van der Weken, Luca van Leer, Oliver Janssen, Ryan Kivitsbosch and Vince Dries round out the top 15, and rounding out the finishing order. Timo Koopmans, Levi Dries, Rick Corporal, Jim Buck, Tony van Leersum and Charlotte van Leersum, obviously family there, round out the 21 that completed the race. Charlotte a lap down. Philip Wisniewski out on lap 4, Rocco Kerr lap 3, with Nuden Engelsman and Jot van Ekelen out on the opening lap. So, whilst we've got a couple of minutes before we head into the senior Rotax pre-final, regards to the tickets for the grand finals issued by Chrono Karting through BRP Rotax in Austria, only Dutch KNAF license holders for 2024 can win a ticket. So the first 6 national championship weekends count towards the ticket. For Micromax and Minimax, this is only in representation for 5 of the 6 rounds, which will not include Marienburg. However, there are a couple of requirements. The first KNAF license holder of in the respective classes of the Dutch 2-stroke karting championship 24, there'll be 2 drop scores. A disqualification or an exclusion cannot be deleted. It is mandatory for all drivers in Rotax, in Chrono Karting, that want to participate, will have to participate in all 8 races. If it's Micro and Mini, you have to race in all 7. However, if that person says, well, I can't make it, it could be due to conflicts that can't be avoided, such as school exams, then there may be an exception made. The conditions for granting the ticket will be the results in the Dutch Championship, behaviour on and off track of the driver, the parent, the mechanics and the team bosses, etc. They've got to also make sure that they follow the conditions surrounding participation and that their entry to the grand finals at Sarno complies with the regulations according to Rotax BRP. Micromax, we've got 1 ticket to give away. DD2 Masters, 1 ticket to give away. Then Minimax, Junior Max, Senior Max, Max DD2, 2 tickets to give away. They will be awarded at the 6th round of the season at Circuit de Lansard on the 15th of September. This year's Grand Finals will return to Italy for the first time since 2019 at the Circuito Internazionale Napoli at Sarno in southern Italy, just off of the outskirts of Mount Pompeii, 19th to the 26th of October this year. So let's take you through the grid for the very, very highly stacked senior Rotax grid. 34 drivers in all. Jaden Teen took pole position in time qualifying by over 0.2 of a second. And he'll be joined by recent young kart academy KNAF talent that's just been announced. Mika van der Pavert, aka Sonic, because he's got that on his race helmet. As in Sonic the Hedgehog from the Sega game. Devian Horst and Benjamin Van Hees ran at row 2. Björn Klausman and Krit Knorren, row 3. Tommy van der Stroys, fresh for some welcome results on Apex Racing TV this week in the Porsche side of things. He starts 7 and has got the elder brother of Mika, Ralph van der Pavert, alongside on row 4. Luca Primo and Wout Kirstens ran at the top 10. Bram Plomp, Lars Venning, Kaz Boshaus, Jort van Wijk, Mitch Hainert, Max Koster, Sim van Vliet, Taicho Mink, Wesley Eckhart and Sven Slagmoller ran out the top 20. Stain Peters, Flynn Fitters, Dylan Hummel, Enzo Dickenberg, Jim Ringelberg making a return as a senior driver, starts 25th. Tim Dijkmans, Miles Sjöstrand, Marth Snell, Puck Gubbles, Mike Maastricht, Colombia's Martin Herrera, Stan Guz, Gwen Bloxil and Felipe Falk round out the 34 strong. Falk was classified last and was underweight, so was taken to the back of the grid, even though he set a lap time that could have put him in the top 10 quite easily. 3-place grid penalty for Martin Herrera for a front fairing out of position. And then also an official warning, which means Enzo van den Dickenberg had left the kart before the front fairing was checked. That's a big no-no. However, with a 17-row grid, Jaden Teen, the recent Rotax Max Challenge Winter Cup champion, booking his place on the Euro Trophy for 2024, leads the field into the tram lines. Revs rise. We are underway, and a good start by the pole sitter as they all scrabble for traction, some of them sideways into turns 1 and 2. This is going to be very, very gnarly, heading through into 4 for the first time, but they still all make it through. 2, 3 wide. It could be a bit of a moment at the back end of the field, and one does go around and then tags another. I'm not too sure if that was Milos Sjöstrand from Sweden that got a little bit out of shape, but that just goes to show when you're battling for position. Jaden Teen is scarpered, and Mika van der Pavert in the 386 from SP Motorsport is trying to chase him down. Benjamin Van Hees is rounding out, I think, the top 3. No, that's Devian Rost. Devian Rost now up to 3rd place. The field now comes across the line to complete the opening lap. Jaden Teen leading by 7/10. Battle for 3rd really kicking off. And look at the train. Devian Rost is proverbially the cork in the bottle. Krit Knorren looking up the inside of the 345, who's switched machinery. They both run wide. Big time loss of momentum for both drivers, and there's Jort van Wijk getting through on Devian Rost. There's also one other driver. They are squabbling quite significantly here. The moment there between Krit Knorren coming into a slight bit of rubbing with Devian Rost meant both of them lost out big time. And you can just see there was the 366 trying to go through the final corner. Wout Kirstens having to work that steering wheel hard. The back end is so uncompliant through that final corner. Looks like, I think that might have been Mitch Hainert. Oh, someone's got a noisy exhaust. And, oh, dearie me, Ralph van der Pavert is going to be out of the race. The 368 has got a noisy exhaust. The driver with SR Solutions, run by Scott Swart. What a shame for him. And, well, started 8th. And I think got caught up in an incident that might not have been of his making, but Jaden Teen has cantered away into the distance by over a second. Make that nearly 1.4. Van der Pavert doesn't have the pace, but Van der Stroys is up to P3. He's up 4 places from 7th, and he's just posted the fastest lap of this race, 44.833 from Tommy van der Stroys. And the gap between van der Stroys and Van der Parvet is now 1.5 seconds. Benjamin Van Hees now down to 4th, Julian Klausman in 5th. Lars Venink, Jort van Wijk, Bram Plomp, Kurt Knoren and Mitch Hainert round out the top 10. Jim Ringelberg up 9 places from 25th and is 1 step away from getting into the top 15. And when I had a good chat with him yesterday, he said, yeah, it's just like old times, it's good to be back. He said, I'm just trying to get some wheel time in. I need as much mileage as I can get. That's a bit of a move there going into turn 1. I think that might have been Mitch Hainert on Krit Knoren going through, and some drivers are being absolutely brazen, and then some. You've got some stones of some of these drivers going through into turn 1. They're heading probably north of 110 kilometers an hour and then deciding to put it up the inside. So that was Mitch Hainert on Krit Knoren. Mitch Hainert not having the best run of luck, I think, last time out, but is part of the TB kart squad. Felipe Falk, who is also part of that crew, the driver along with Mateus Clever, running with the Brazilian flag on their side pods. Of course, Brazil has a whole host of talent, and there was a nice little move up into T1. Devian Rost on Wood Kirstens, but Tommy van der Stroys has literally annihilated that gap in front of him. And the last few laps, put it this way, he not only, he's taken well over 1.4 seconds out of Mika van der Parvet, and with 5 minutes and 40 plus 2 laps to go, you can bet your bottom dollar that Bouvin Power's Tommy van der Stroys is on the warpath. And his next victim is the man in front, Mika van der Parvet, the 386. And Van der Stroys is going to line up the move into T1, and he gets through before the apex. Great move there by Van der Stroys. But now he's got to catch up with Jaden Teen. Now, if anyone might remember the Champions Winter Trophy, I remember that. They came into contact through turns 4 and 5. Jaden Teen was out due to a very bent back axle. But now it's about how Van der Stroys gathers himself up. He's already pulled 4 to 6 kart lengths on Mika van der Parvet. Devian Rost, in the meantime, after that moment with Krit Knoren, has ended up in 14th place. Felipe Falk now closing in on Mike Maastricht and Enzo van den Dickenberg. And that could put Falk into the top 20. Van der Stroys, fractionally quicker, just under a 10.5 faster than Jaden Teen on that lap. Gap now 2.0. Van der Parvet is losing a little bit of distance, but is keeping with Van der Stroys, so might decide to go along for the ride with him. Milicio Strand now up from 27th to 25th. So the young Swede running with the Kart Store racing team, run by Kart Store Benelux, and also part of the accelerating, you know, the program developed by MP Motorsport. Accelerating talent. There's going to be a move between 2 teammates into turn 1. Oh, dearie me, that was literally, I nearly needed a defibrillator on standby here in the office, but Mitch Hainert's going to get a move done through. That would have been Lars Venink on Bram Plomp, and that just goes to show how quickly one dice with a teammate or another driver, and you're the one on the outside and you're having to play second fiddle a little bit, you can lose positions. And by that sense of the imagination, Bram Plomp, I think, lost quite a few. 3.25 minutes to go, and Jaden Teen is keeping up the same pace. Van der Stroys is matching him, not bettering him, matching him, and that's a big, big point. The fact that Jaden Teen still has a 2-second lead. Mika van der Parvet is keeping with Tommy van der Stroys. They are all running within about 0.5 of a second. Julian Klausman in 4th, who is 7/10 behind Mika van der Parvet, has the opportunity to close on and is about 1.5 tenths quicker than the 386 in 3rd place. Jim Gringelberg now into the top 20. Felipe Falk now up 15 places to 34th, from 34th on the grid to 19th. Jaden Teen now starting to expand that gap ever so slightly between himself and Tommy van der Stroys. Gap now just under 2.15 seconds. As we are now on to lap number 11. 2.25 minutes still to go. Still plenty of battles happening up and down the order. Martin Herrera gets past Mike Maastricht for 26th place. Steen Peters and Ralph van der Pavert are out on lap 2. Taicho Minkin, the number 364, is 32nd and running last at the moment. But Jaden Teen at the minute seems to have the measure of everybody else, seems to have their number at this moment, and is comfortably pulling away into the distance. This battle here, this is a 5-kart squabble. Krik Knoren behind Bram Plomp, and I think tried to go for the move up. Was trying to go through for the move up the inside into turn 1, but he's going to try it turn 4. Mitch Haynett gets compromised. Oh, big loss there for Mitch Haynett. Casbos House in the 363. Now moving over to SP Motorsport and Stan Pex's crew. Also factoring into this one. So Mitch Haynett, as soon as Krik Knoren went for the move on Bram Plomp, Haynett found himself with absolutely nowhere to go and then just lost out 2 places at that point, which also included, I think, Sam Van Vliet. Just under 60 seconds to go, so we'll have 4 more laps, including this one, remaining on this senior Rotax pre-final. I think Luca Greenman might have just got through on Lars Venning going through into turn 1. Wesley Eckhart gets past Stan Goose for 22nd position, but this battle here, we've got Krik Knoren leading that's an 8-kart train for 7th. So Knoren's got to be very, very wise to the fact of what is happening behind. That's the big, crucial question that needs to be answered. 3 laps to go. Gap between first and second is now nearly 2.4. Meantime, battle for third has heated up as Julian Klausmann has closed in on Mika van der Pavert for 3rd place. Gap between them was about a 1/10.5 to the decimal point, and Klausmann looked possibly to dive up the inside on van der Pavert through at turn 5. Van der Pavert just parked it on the racing line and went, no, that's not going to happen now, I'm afraid. You are not going to take 3rd from me. Timer has now officially expired. So the biggest bone of contention now is going to be who's going to be 3rd. Jaden Teen has literally led and cantered away into the distance. It's been a comfortable one for the 359, who's going to be competing in the Euro Trophy this year. Also admitted to me a little bit earlier on this weekend, might decide, like I did last year, to do some races in the UK. Of course, he's aligned with European powerhouse Dan Holland Racing, run by multi-time British karting champion Dan Holland. It's a great plethora of talent. Jort van Wijk in 6th, who started 14th on the grid, has the new fastest lap of the race. 44.384, but Klausmann battling away with van der Pavert. There's going to be 1 more lap to go, and Jaden Teen will have 1,100 metres of the Euro Final layout here at Circuit Park Berghem to go. Last lap is underway. Klausmann starts to go for the move. Van der Pavert goes defensive into turn 1 and holds on with stern conviction. Jort van Wijk, in the meantime, has got past Benjamin Van Hees. There's your race leader, Jaden Teen. If you haven't seen him that much on the screen, it's because he's been doing an absolutely fantastic job at the front end of the field. It's been nigh on perfection for Jaden Teen. Put it on pole position in time qualifying. And man who has also hit the podium at the Grand Finals before. For Team Netherlands, did that at 2021 as a junior, finishing as the runner-up. But Jaden Teen is going to power from lights from the national flag to the checkered flag here at Berghem to pick up the win after 16 laps. Tommy van der Stroys from 7th on the grid to finish 2nd, 2.85 seconds adrift. Mika van der Pavert, Julian Klausmann, Jort van Wijk make up the top 5. Van Wijk started 14th, finished in 5th. Benjamin Van Hees, Krik Knoren, Casbos House, Siem Van Vliet and Mitch Haynett round out the top 10 Ramplomp, Devion Horst, Luca Prima, Wout Kirstens, Lars Venink ran at the top 15. 18 places. Biggest mover so far today. Felipe Falk in the number 378, up from 34th to 16th at the flag, ahead of Max Costa, Dylan Hummel, Jim Ringelberg up to 19th, ahead of Enzo van den Dickenberg. They complete the top 20. Sven Slagmålet, Wesley Eckhart, Stangles, Gwen Bloxhill, Martin Herrera, Mille Sjöstrand, Mike Maastricht, Tim Dijkmans, Puck Gubbles and Flynn Fitters ran out the top 30, with Marth Snell and Tai Cho Mink being the last of the classified finishers, all completing 16 laps, with Steen Peters and Ralph van der Pavert out on lap 2. So, 3 more pre-finals to go. Up next, we've got DD2 and DD2 Masters, which will see 20 karts battling it out on this 1,100-metre circuit. Of course, there are the weigh scales for the drivers to negotiate their way through. Of course, there is the weigh bridge. You've then got scrutineering and technical for the drivers to contend with, so they'll be weighed with driver and kart. And I have seen it where European titles have been decided by literally the weights being incorrect on the kart. And the driver had done enough in terms of getting the title, and then finds it's pulled away like the rug underneath their feet. So a big thank you to everyone watching. Yeah, the subscriber count has jumped a little bit today as well, so thank you very much. Pretty much close to, well, at one point we had over 320 people watching the live stream. Of course, please stay with us. Please feel free to like, share and subscribe whilst you're at it. If you are a karting fan, don't forget to hit the notification bell on the channel once you have subscribed. And thereby you'll find out whenever Chrono Karting will be out on track again. So very shortly we'll be getting underway with our next race, which will be DD2 and DD2 Masters. Then we'll have KZ2 Masters and then KZ2 to round out the pre-final stages. And then we'll get underway at 4 p.m. local time here at Circuit Park Berghem for our finals. And a big thank you to Karting Champions League and Technique, Powerful Engineering for being the official sponsors of this live stream here today. Of course, if you do want to follow Chrono Karting on the relevant social media channels, if you are watching, you'll see it in the description down below. You'll actually be able to see it. Well, you won't see it on the description. That needs to be inputted. But you can go to @ChronoKarting on Facebook and Instagram, and great to see the power of social media whenever our drivers are competing and they do tag Chrono Karting. It's always great to see. You can see the DD2 Masters field now lined up on the outskirts of the exit of the pre-grid. Of course, there is a 2-stage process where everyone has to line on up. And I do see some of the, I think it is, yeah, KZ2 Masters, some of which are ready to get themselves prepared and the kart ready to, and good to hear from a mum of a former Chrono Karting champion as well. Christy, the mum of Kai Helats, who has been busy testing a Lamborghini quite recently. Good to hear from you as well, Christy. Need to catch up with you and IT at some point. Also, previous champions include the legend Mr. Mike Van Vuurscht, who these days is actually multi-time European, multi-time BNL, multi-time Chrono Karting champion, is also now working as a data engineer for a very well-known and well-respected team in the Benelux region. Of course, Dams Racing, run by Jan Dams, whose son Days is running in karting. It's quite funny how the circle is quite small. But yeah, it's always nice to be able to come into a new championship and meet familiar faces, meet new people, and thereby see how things go. And I have to say a big thank you to Gabby and Ton from Chrono Karting for giving me this opportunity. But we are now getting underway with DD2 and DD2 Masters, the pre-final. So here is your starting grid for the pre-final. Yuri Klebo and Nico Guillaume. It's all Belgian front row lockout. Front end 54 thousandths after time qualifying earlier on today. Brett Otters and Imke Arts on row 2. Sem Knopjes and Axel Goes, row 3. Jesse Spans and Lisanne Kielstra, row 4. It's an all DD2 Masters, row 5, completing the top 10. Bas van Vlimmeren and the legend that is Mr. Christoph Adams. Giel Bronder and Mark van der Kamp, row 6. Row 7, Dominic Hummels and Wim Goulot. Row 8, Carl Klebo from Belgium, the 540, Baker Extraordinaire. He'll be lining up alongside the 522 of Niels Beuler with Maurice Knopjes, Derek van Kurt, Christophe Lasso, Ton van Weert, Ronan Lasso and Rick van der Straat. Van der Straat was classified last as he was found to be underweight post-qualifying this morning. So there is a little bit of sunshine trying to burst through the cloud cover overhead. So this will be a very close fought affair. So, out of the final corner, into the tram lines, revs rise, and it's the first full start of the day. Now, you're probably wondering, folks at home, why are we using the Dutch national flag rather than a traditional green flag? Well, it's a little bit of patriotism, national pride. So, the Dutch national flag will effectively be our starting flag, unless we have a full course yellow, and then we go back to green flag racing conditions. So the reason being is that the lights on the start-finish straight are not always compliant, let's say. But at least it's a surefire way that when the drivers know we've got a race on our hands, the Dutch national flag will be waved. And that's a nice touch. It's like, say, at Paul Fletcher International. If the lights on the gantry fail, the Union Jack is then waved to start the field off in earnest. So a total of 22 drivers. Now, I did mention before that if we have 2 full starts, we have a red flag situation. Our race director, Michael, will then come and speak to the front row, and then the timer, once that red flag happens, the timer will start. And we've already had that earlier on this season at the opening round at Karting Genk. So Jordi Klebo and Mr. Uno Mas and Nico Guillaume on the front row. If the race director is not happy, we're going to have a red flag straight away, and that clock will start ticking. It's a great initiative, a great rule. Okay, into the tram lines, revs rise, and the Dutch national flag gets us underway, and Nico Guillaume round the outside of Jordi Klebo into turn 1. Did he get through? He did. Good move there by the 444. Klebo could lose out very, very quickly if he's not careful. Some drivers getting a bit lunge happy into turn 4, but Guillaume went towards the outside, carried the momentum through. Klebo just decided not to fight it. You don't want to have a massive moment there at turn 1. And that just goes to show how quickly, if you make that right decision, it puts you on a better foot forward rather than making the, rather than it being a drama and then you find out you're out before you've even completed the first lap. So keep your eyes on what happens over the next few laps. There's going to be an attempt into turn one a little bit further back. But second's going to change. Klebor loses out to Otters. Has Imke Arts got through? Yes, she has. And there's more defensive. Sem Knopfjes trying to get through on Jordi Klebor. Looks like Lisanne Kjelstra, who's also made up a couple of positions, is also not too far behind. So Jordi Klebor, along with Father Karl. Yeah, Klebor's just really just trying to go very, very much on the ultra defensive. And that sometimes can actually hurt your performance and hinder it a little bit, as opposed to it being, working in your favour. So Guillaume leads by 0.3 of a second after the opening lap. Otters puts in 45.510. Looks like Moritz Knopfjes, father of Sem, who spent 4 years in the UAE. Right, there's going to be a change. Guillaume gets launched up the inside, but he fights back. Brilliant work there by Guillaume. Last year's B&L karting series, well, BMC champion, Belgian Max Challenge, fighting over former teammate Maxime Dirix, who was running in the Prototype Winter Series with Gebhard Motorsport in the LMP3 class. Dirix has also raced for a multitude of years in DD2. Look at the fight behind, and you can see that Christoph Adams, I saw that a mile off, good sir, gesticulating as if to say, oh, come on. Well, words to that effect with Christoph. It's 3 wide outside of the... Oh, as MK Arts gets a bit brave through into turn 2, and that's second place. And Otters loses out to Imke Arts, who's now in second. Third, it's Klebor. Fourth, it's, I think it might have, I'm not 100% sure on that one, but wait to see who comes across the start-finish line first. I know it's Guillaume who's leading. Guillaume, Arts, Klebor, Knopfjes, Otters. Then it's Bas van Vlimmeren who's leading the way in the DD2 Masters classification, and we've had a big incident on the start-finish straight. Big incident. One car in the barriers, driver leaning back in the seat with 6 minutes and 38 seconds to go. Full course yellow. Full course yellow has been employed straight away. It was a big incident, so it slowed down, single file, prepared to stop, no overtaking. Full course yellow has just been brandished on the start-finish straight. So full course yellow, race has been neutralised. So they've got to slow down. Full course yellow, slow down, no overtaking. Driver being attended to, it's the 422, Lisanne Kjelstra. And I'm wondering if the other kart that might have been involved was possibly Rick van der Straat on that one. Lisanne Kjelstra was running strongly in 7th at that point. I'm not sure. Lisanne Kjelstra is being attended to by the marshals. That was a big hit on the left-hand side of the start-finish straight coming out of the final corner. So it neutralises the race. And we still have just under 5.5 minutes to go, plus 2 additional laps. So Nicolas Guillaume leads the way. Ahead of Imke Arts, Jordi Klebor, Sem Knopfjes rounds out the top. Red flag has been issued. Red flag. Race has been stopped with 5 minutes and 10 seconds to go. That is a red flag stoppage. I had a feeling that might be the case, so the drivers will be lining up on the start-finish line. Red flag, 5 minutes, 10 seconds to go due to a massive incident on the front start-finish straight. Lisanne Kjelstra being attended to by the marshals. So red flag has been issued. Drivers will now get out of the cart. Oh, hang on. Right, okay. Michael, our race director, is telling them to now I'm wondering, are they going to call it? We were over 50% of the race completed. So they're actually pulling them because the right. Very good foresight there by Michael. They're actually getting them away from the start-finish straight, which is where the incident is. So a very hard hit there for Lisanne Kielstra on the start-finish straight. So marshals are on the scene as we speak. So red flag stoppage in the DD2 and the DD2 Masters Pre-Final with 5 minutes and 10 seconds to go, and they've stopped them just on the outskirts of the entrance into turn number 5. So Nicolas Guillaume, Imke Arts, Jordi Klebol, Sam Knopfiers running at the top 4. Brett Otters, who at one point was running in the front end of the field, currently P5. Axel goes in 6. Bars van Vlimmeren leads the way in DD2 Masters ahead of Gil Blonder. They round out the top 8 with Jesse Spans and Christoph Adams, who's just got out of his cart. And, oh, right, he's talking with... Who is he talking with? That is Wim Rouleau. So, yeah, I think at the moment, yeah, there's a discussion going on there. Mark van der Kamp in 11th, Wim Rouleau, Dominic Hummels, Carl Klebol, Ronald Lasso, Christophe Lasso, Derek van Kurt, Ton van Viert, Niels Böhler, and Rick van der Straat are the 20 drivers that are still running. Of course, yeah, all I can just let you know is the ambulance is on the start-finish straight at the moment as the medical team are attending to Lisanne Kielstra. She looked to be very much responsive, so once I have any further information. But yeah, red flag stoppage on the pre-final for DD2 and DD2 Masters with 5 minutes, 10 seconds remaining. just to give a quick update for those watching at home, Lisanne Kilstra is now being put into the medical vehicle. She has been put onto a stretcher. Her spine has been stabilised. It was a very, very hefty impact. So big thank you to the marshalling team and also to the medical team. So we just wanted to really give you a bit of an update. Of course, that has delayed us. That is part and parcel of racing. There are incidents that do happen. So, of course, we hope that... Yeah, we hope that she gets well soon. Of course, running very, very well. So, fingers crossed, and hopefully we will be getting back underway very shortly with our DD2 and DD2 Masters Pre-Final here at Circuit Park Berghem for the second round of the Dutch Rotax and KZ2 Championship powered by Chrono Karting. This live stream has been sponsored by Karting Champions League and also Wagtechniek, and as we are now seeing a couple of changes on the live timing. Of course, the timer was still counting down when the red flag was brandished. So we will have a resumption of the race. So this gives the drivers an opportunity, rather than sometimes sitting in their carts and getting a bit stiff around the joints and the muscles, to actually get up and stretch their legs, which can also just help with regards to general blood flow and, of course, all the adrenaline that normally surges through a driver's body in the gear up to a race start, and then also the adrenaline spike and then crash, so to speak. So the drivers just keeping themselves very much ready to go. And there is the medical vehicle with Lisanne Kilstra on board. So a big thank you to Bosmans Medical for their assistance this weekend here at the circuit. And also a big thank you to our marshalling team here at Circuit Park Berghem for their assistance so far over the course of the last couple of days, and also today as well. But hopefully very shortly, ladies and gentlemen, we will get a resumption of the DD2 and DD2 Masters Pre-Final with what looks to be a revised amount of time left to go on the timer, with 6 minutes and 7 seconds plus 2 additional laps remaining. So now, after a lengthy delay, engines are fired back up for the resumption of the pre-final for DD2 and DD2 Masters. Looks like Lisanne Kielstra was able to walk away from the medical team under her own steam, so good to see her back on her feet and able to make her way back to the paddock area. But we are about to get underway. We have a significant delay as a result of the incident and also the subsequent medical attention. Back under full racing conditions. Of course, it's going to be full course yellow at this moment. They're going to put them around under the same side of things, but it will be a case that next time around we will be going to a couple of laps of racing remaining, whether we stay under full course yellow and then call time on that. It is going to be the fact that we will be put to the final 2 laps, of course, with the delay that we have had. So this is lap 6 of what will be a very much shortened pre-final for these drivers. We still have KZ2 Masters and KZ2 after this one to go. So the green flag is being readied on the start-finish straight here at the Eurofinal version of this 1,100 metre circuit park Berghem layout. There will be Nico Guillaume from Belgium ahead of Inke Arts and Yuri Klebor. They will be the top 3. So they come out of turn number 10 and then we'll head into turn 11. It will be down to Nico Guillaume to get things back underway. Revs rise, green flag, and we're back underway. 2 laps to go. 2.2 kilometres remaining as Guillaume leads the field down into turn 4. It is going to be a little bit of desperation setting in for some of the drivers to try and make overtakes in the final few moments of this race. So the timer, which was at 5 minutes 10 when we stopped with the red flag, we have basically gone on to 1 lap of formation and then 3 laps of racing, just to try and catch up a little bit of time. So it could be a very much a rapid fire situation, reference the remainder of the races. Well, actually, looks like the timer has been reset, so 4 minutes and 8 seconds plus an additional 2 laps to go. The timer did restart at 5 minutes 10. Dive up the inside, that's for 4th. Great anticipation there by Sam Knopvius, who got through on Brett Otters. And then that is, I think that might be Axel Goes. Yes, the 4:55 got through. Otters gets back through on Knopvius, who's now defending. And that might be, yes, Ispan's behind. Right with them is the 5.52 of Bas van Vlemmeren, who is the current DD2 Masters race leader. Line astern between Guillaume, Arts and Klebor at the front end. Klebor dropping about 2 to 4 kart lengths behind the second place driver as they come across the line. That's lap 8 in the books. Lap 9, and Imke Arts is really trying to pressurise Nico Guillaume into an unforced error. She dives up the inside through turn 4 to take the race lead and gets through. Great anticipation by Imke Arts and Yuri Klebor looking up the inside of Guillaume into turn 5. Guillaume shuts the door firmly on the 4.40. That's going to allow Axel Goes and Brett Otters to get through. So we have 20 drivers still circulating. Looks like we might, I'm not too sure. I did see a green flag wave, so I'm not too sure if there was a yellow flag situation on the post beforehand. Derek Van Kurt has got past Christophe Lassort. Christophe Adams has moved up to 2nd in DD2 Masters, having got past Gil Bronda on the restart, and now we'll start to try and chase. Well, actually, Christophe Adams is now ahead of Bas van Vlemmeren. So Christophe Adams, all right, move for third. And that was Axel Goes, has got through on Yuri Klebor, but Brett Otters went through at the same point at turn 4. So the 4.10 now finds himself up into 3rd place. Axel Goes in 4th. Yuri Klebor demoted down to 5th. And Axel Goes and Brett Otters go side by side That was very close indeed, but Otters gets through. Axel goes, tries to launch it up the inside through turn 10, and he gets caught out, and there's a touch between the pair. Clebor gets through, Knopfius gets through. The floodgates have opened coming out of the final corner. And now Christoph Adams is right with Jesse Spans. Bas van Vlimmeren is right on the tail of the number 555, who goes for a lunge up the inside. Shades of old Christoph Adams. He's been through the ringer as the 555 over past recent months, as you know, started chemotherapy for cancer treatment, and 2 weeks in he was back in the cart. He's always a happy man behind the wheel, so great to see that his experience exudes volumes and also just showcases how quickly things can change. There has been a change in front. I think that was Jesse Spans making up a move. They are all squabbling away. Christoph Adams leads DD2 Masters and is 6th overall. Sam Knopfius up the inside. That's on Yuri Klebol. That was a great move there for 4th place. Imke Arts and Nicolas Guillaume. They are battling away over the race lead. 45 seconds to go, plus 2 additional laps. Arts has got the lead. Guillaume wants that back. 2 to 4 kart lengths. Let's not forget, Imke Arts has had plenty of success over the years in the DD2 class. She's qualified for Team Netherlands on a multitude of occasions and is looking to give the young upstart behind her something to think about. Guillaume thought, well, this might be plain sailing. Imke Arts has said otherwise. Penultimate, last lap under the timer, because we're 15 seconds away from hitting 0. Bas van Vlimmeren has retaken the lead in DD2 Masters ahead of Christoph Adams. And it's now about 3.5 tenths of a second between them. So timer hits 0 as we head through to turn 6. So about probably the best part of 3 kilometres of racing left to go. Imke Arts leading the way in the 4-2-1. Decided to switch from the traditional Birrell ART that she's been piloting for the last few years, and now she's gone to Kart Republic machinery, and it really has paid dividends. Through the final corner, penultimate lap underway. Axel goes, is in 3rd. Who's in 4th? Sem Knopfius, Jori Klebor in 5th. Bas van Vlimmeren pulling a gap over Christoph Adams. It's not much, it's 2.5 tenths of a second. Sem Knopfius battling away with Jori Klebor for that 4th position on the grid for the final a little bit later on. But Imke Arts doing exactly what she needs to do, holding off Nicolas Guillaume. But Guillaume getting a little bit closer in the braking zone. Of course, this is the first season, as I said, that Imke Arts is using, has switched to a different chassis in comparison with Birrell Arts, and now on Kart Republic chassis. Right, 1.1 kilometres remain. Last lap underway. Guillaume in the slipstream of Imke Arts going through turn 1. Will he decide to go for a late move? Decide to hit the anchors a little bit later than Imke Arts? Well, at the moment, as they head into turn 5, Guillaume thinks, no, I'm not going to chance it here. Might go for a drag race across the line. But Imke Arts doing exactly what is required. Hitting every apex, hitting every braking point, accelerating when required. And also making the back bumper of that 421 entry as wide as humanly possible. One more corner remains, and winning the DD2 and DD2 Masters Pre-Final overall, it's Imke Arts, as Nico Guillaume goes very, very wide out of the final corner. It is 0.134 at the flag. Bas van Vlimmeren, in the meantime, picks up the win in DD2 Masters by just 2 tenths. Ahead of the veteran himself, Mr. Christoph Adams, 6th and 7th, respectively. So Imke Arts, after 15 laps of racing, wins ahead of Nicolas Guillaume. Axel goes, rounds out the top 3. Sem Knopfius with a late lunge through into turn 4, gets through later part of the race on Jori Klebor. Bas van Vlimmeren and Christoph Adams round out the top 7. Giel Blonder completes the top 3, taking 8th ahead of Jesse Spans, with Mark van der Kamp rounding out the top 10. Rick van der Straat, Wim Roelof, Dominic Hummels and Carl Klebor with Ron Lesaur rounding out the top 15 overall. Niels Böhler, Christophe Lesaur, Derek van Kurt and Ton van Weert round out the 19 that finished the race. Unfortunately, Brett Otters out of the race on lap 12. So was there contact and caused the 410 to retire. Of course, Lisanne Kielstra out on lap 3, which prompted the red flag. Maurice Knopfier's not taking the start of the race. So DD2 and DD2 Masters now in pit lane. Okay, our penultimate pre-final of round 2. We head to KZ2 Masters. Of course, KZ2 known for its absolutely iconic starts. Standing starts for these, and also KZ for not just Masters, but also KZ2. Jeroen Bos took pole position by 6/1000ths of a second earlier on today in time qualifying. Wesley de Waal alongside on the front row. Bas Steens and Martin Peters complete row 2. Niels Costa and Glenn van den Hoek ran out row 3. Edgar Oosting and William Klooster ran out row 4, with William van der Gaai and Mick Bertram rounding out the top 10. Davide Caruso and Danny Stockman round out row 6, with Mark Verhoeven and Floris Schouten rounding out row 7. Gert van den Brink and Fabrice Baroka round out row 8, and completing the 20-strong grid, it's Benno Ridder, René Kleven, Kenny Shippers and Martin Versteeg completing the order. So the drivers will line up on the starting grid as the KZ2s are getting themselves ready to be escorted into the dummy grid. So this, again, is just a personification of the top tier of karting. KZ2 Masters, their International Super Cup at Wackersdorf last year, won by the legendary Davide Fori. So, the field lines up, all 10 rows, all 20 competitors, revving to keep the engines lubricated. So, green flag waves at the back. Drivers steel themselves and ready for 10 minutes plus 2 laps of racing. Here we go. Wait for it, brace, and we're underway. And, oh my goodness, someone got a launch and a half. Spat the back axle sideways, and they went straight down the middle. Nearly lost it all on the same point as well. Into turn 4 for the first time. Now accelerating up the gearbox. Up to 6th gear. They're going to bang down several gears. There's going to be a battle for second. Oh, that's Bastien around and nearly gets collected by the 141 of Glenn van den Hoek, who lost a few positions on the race start. Oh, and there's more dramas. That was the 142, I believe. Martin Versteeg that just got caught out and was skywards. 141 also having a drama in their own right. That was Glenn van den Hoek, who started in 5th place and got up to, well, 6th place. But it's Jeroen Bos that leads the way. Wesley de Waal in 2nd, 8.5 tenths behind. Then it's Mick Bertram, who's catapulted from 10th to 3rd in the race order. Niels Costa up from 5th to 4th. Martin Peters down from 4th to 5th place. A little bit of adjustment on the left-hand side of the chassis for the majority of the drivers. Of course, these karts producing the best part of nearly 40 horsepower. Also, someone who's very much in the mix when it comes to shifter karts. Just go and have a chat with Stan Pex, multi-time winner, podium finisher, and also a champion in his own right. But there has been a change. Peters has lost out to Klooster in the meantime. That was the battle for 5th place. But Jeroen Bos leading the way. Mick Bertram, new fastest lap of the race, 46.079. So Buzz Steen has dropped all the way down to stone dead last. It's not been a good one for to 19th, and has just got past Martin Versteeg. On the Sodi kart, however, there is an attempt, and that just goes to show one person tries to get through, and then everyone else fancies their own opportunity on their own right. Did try and catch the number. There is a blue flag being waved on the run down through into turn 5. There's the button-coloured 112 car, Benno Ridder. Right, 142. There's Martin Versteeg, who has literally come to a standstill. So that is going to be the battle, I think, for 4th place. Well, I'm not too sure. It was Edgar Oosting on the 102 with William van der Kaai, who's looking up the inside. Van der Kaai nearly loses it under braking. And Van der Kaai tries to get the crisscross going into turn 5. He's got Edgar Oosting not too far behind. 7¼ minutes left to go. Everyone's trying to chance their opportunity of getting through. Davide Caruso on the Charles Leclerc chassis trying to get through on Benno Ridder. Didn't get through, unfortunately. But William van der Kaai trying to put the pressure onto Edgar Oosting on the Sodi kart chassis, the 102. And the Sodi kart have been trying over the past few years to get a Gearbox World title, and it hasn't quite worked out by the manufacturer, led by Bertrand Pignolet. Of course, bit of a dive bomb up the inside. Someone thought they'd chance it with the Danny Rick and got through. And that was on one of the Maranello SRPs. So, of course, Niels Droger winning the KZ2 World Cup at Wackersdorf last year. Still remember watching that one, and that was a great battle. Nearly had the opportunity of somebody else getting a chance. But with 6 minutes still to go, Jeroen Bos is leading by a comfortable 1.4 seconds ahead of Wesley Duval. Mick Bertram still running in P3, but it is Edgar Oosting who has the fastest lap of the race, 44.738 seconds. This just goes to show how you have to be cornering on rails in KZ2, and you've really got to have your wits about you. You are shifting gears, you're downshifting, you're braking, you're turning the kart in. You're trying to carry that momentum through, and with the obscene amount of horsepower being developed, being pumped through the back axle, sometimes if you get a bit trigger happy on that throttle, what can happen, and as we saw on the start, it is the case that you will have some drivers getting a bit wayward, as in the back end steps out from left to right. Right, Callum Bradshaw would call that crossed up. Jeroen Bos now leads by nearly 2 seconds. We're halfway through this KZ2 Masters Pre-Final, so Jeroen Bos looking very, very good indeed for the final a little bit later on. Wesley Duval, Mick Bertram rounds out the top 3. Niels Koster, William Klooster, that is your top 5. Koster up 1 place from 5th, Klooster up from 8th, and is currently P5. Martin Peters in the number 124 has dropped 7 positions over the course of the last 5.5 minutes. Started 4th, now 11th. So Mark Verhoeven was the one that did the dive bomb a little bit earlier on. I was trying to make out which kart it was that decided to dive bomb up the inside of a Maranello chassis a little bit earlier on. Glenn Vandenhoek has not had a good race either. The number 141 started 6th, now 16th. Obviously with that moment, a bit earlier on in the race, around about turn 5, turn 6. 60% of the timer elapsed so far, 4 minutes to go. Plus 2 laps, Jeroen Bos is still pushing the envelope and has just put in the new fastest lap of the race, having taken that away. But now it's gone back to Edgar Oosting. It's like Oosting and Bos are trading fastest laps quicker than I've had hot Sunday roast dinners. Meantime, move up the inside into turn. Oh, that was a bit messy there for Niels Koster, trying to get past Mick Bertram for 3rd place. Koster, I think, overcooked it a little bit. Nearly went over the back bumper of Bertram and ended up going a bit deep into the corner itself. So you've got to be very, very careful sometimes on how on how you sort of judge it rightly. So Costa trying to get past and get through. 3 minutes, 10 seconds still remaining. You can see that there's everyone's watching by the guardrails here on the start-finish straight, and also just by the where the main paddock area is. So Klooster has got through. Klooster now up into third place in the 111, up now 5 positions from P8 to third. Oosting still has the fastest lap of the race, 43.710. Still have 2 minutes and 40 left to go on the timer. And then we'll have our last pre-final before we get onto the business end of round 2 of the 2024 season. But there is the man out in front. The 198 of SP Motorsports, Jeroen Bos, leading quite comfortably, 2.4 seconds ahead of Wesley Duval, and new fastest lap by the race leader, 43.518 seconds. Personal best from everyone in the top 4. Niels Koster, no personal best there for the 122 of 43.982, and he was just over a tenth and a bit slower than Mick Bertram. And there is, oh, now that is not a very well 169. That's the CRG of Fabrice Bröcker from Germany, who pulls to the right-hand side. There was smoke from the right rear of the vehicle, and that was probably from the exhaust, and he's just signalling to the marshals, yeah, cart's had it, I can't go any further. So that is another that's a retirement. So 2 out of 20, that's a tenth of the field, now no longer taking any further participation in this pre-final. New fastest lap of the race. Oh, hold the phone, Wesley Duval with a 43.374, nearly bang on 0.2 of a second quicker than Jeroen Bos. Gap now down to 2.243 seconds. We're on lap number 12. We've got a minute and a quarter left to go. Jeroen Bos just getting on with the business at hand. A minute to go as the leader goes through, and again Wesley Duval, another new fastest. Well, that was had the fastest lap of the race. Niels Koster has just gone 2 100ths quicker in 5th, 43.349. So that's Sodicart, the 102. The 122, not the Sodicart. My apologies there, Niels. I might have called a chassis wrong there. KZ2 Masters. Let's have a look, shall we? Buralart. But yeah, Jeroen Bos has just absolutely bossed it. Just not needed to do anything else apart from pull a gap, stay in front, and lead every single lap. Okay, 3 laps to go. We're on lap number 14 out of 16. There's the battle for P3, and that is intensifying. Klooster, Bertram, and Koster. Oosting is not too far away. He's about 0.9 of a second adrift as the timer hits 0 as our race leader goes through turn number 5. So if Bertram and Klooster start battling, Koster will be with them. Well, actually, Oosting will be with them. So, yeah, this is going to be very, very close indeed. So there is Koster. Oosting has demolished that nearly a second gap. So 2 to go. The gap has now expanded between the race leaders. New fastest lap, Jeroen Bos, 43.073. And third is going to be right down to the wire. They're scrabbling for traction coming out of turn 4, I just spotted. Glenn Vandenhoek has got past Benno Ridder for 13th place. But Jeroen Bos, after this, will have 1,100 metres of this tarmac to negotiate. And it has been flawless from the SP Motorsport driver. Just look at the poise and the commitment from Jeroen Bos. Last lap board is being shown. Tweaking the carburetor on the right-hand side. A really, really good job, and is about to lap another kart, but 4th is still undecided. Mick Bertram still leads that battle as Edgar Oosting is still trying to get past Niels Koster, but there is Jeroen Bos, absolutely a dynamite performance. A standout. It's been nigh on perfection for the 198, who comes through turn 10. Now turn 11 beckons, and it's lights out to checkered flag for Jeroen Bos in the pre-final for KZ2 Masters. Winning ahead of Wesley Duval, so it'll be a repeat of the front row, and it's going to be Klooster third, Bertram fourth, Costa and Oosting that round out the top 6. William van der Kaai manages to take 7th at the flag ahead of Danny Stockman. Floris Schouten and Mark Verhoeven round out the top 10. Martin Peters, Davide Caruso, Glenn Vandenhoek, Benno Ridder, Gert Vandenbrink, Bastien round out the 16 finished. But I haven't seen René Cleven and Kenny Shippers. Right, here comes one. That is Rennie Cleven, and here is Kenny Shippers about to come across the line in the 143 with Fabrice Brugge and Martin Versteeg out on laps 9 and 6 respectively. So we now get underway with our last pre-final of round 2. It's KZ2. Here is your starting grid. After qualifying, well, an electric performance by Enzo Bold to put the 255 from the Netherlands on the front row. Jens Treur will join him alongside. Gap was 0.376 seconds in time qualifying earlier on today. On row 2, Kevin Stauer and Daniel Tenbach will be lining up alongside each other. Renzo Alivax and Sam van Verskuilen will be on row 3. Robin Glerum and Jeffrey Fixer, row 4. Gil Mertens and Dirk van Sifthout will round out the top 10. Olivier Hart, Farhan Mega, Ayjan Yatik, Jarno Opmeer, Koen van Ginkel, Dan Zopfi, Rick Mewes, Nigel Hendricks and Maxime Deloer round out the drivers that will start. So, penalties awarded post-qualifying. Jens Stroer got a 3-place penalty for ignoring a yellow flag. The 202 of Maxime Deloer got a 3-place penalty for front fairing. But then, of course, the penalty was reversed, referenced Jens Stroer. However, defending champion Quinn Winkel has been excluded from this round due to a CNAF steward's decision. Effectively, a dangerous situation occurred when the mechanic of Quinn Winkel pushed the 201 onto the circuit during a live track. I can completely understand the decision of the stewards, and it's not the way that Quinn Winkel would have wanted to have an early end to the weekend. That really has put a big question mark on whether he's going to defend his title this year. 2 rounds in, and he's got a disqualification, and that is going to have to go towards his score at the end of this season. But there are still 6 rounds to go. So now, this is where it gives the opportunity for someone else to see if they can be front and centre under the spotlight. 19 drivers ready to get underway. The front 3, 5 rows now in position. Everyone else in position on the grid. 19 drivers waiting for the green flag at the back of the field. Green flag waves. Drivers still themselves and get ready. Brace yourselves, this is going to be exciting. And we're underway. Bad start from Enzo Bol, and one of the carts at the back of the field has just dropped it. Nigel Hendricks couldn't get it started off the line. Enzo Bol has an absolute big problem getting the cart off the line, and he's already losing out big time. Sam van Verskuilen trying to get through on his SP Motorsport teammate, and does so on the run through from turn 4 to 5. So Enzo Bol drops, well, has a massive drama trying to get the cart off the line. And that means we have a driver at the front end of the field, as now we're going to see the battle between the 214 of Renzo Alibax, and that is actually Van Verskuilen. So that just goes to show things can quickly turn on their head. And leading off to the opening lap, it's Kevin Stahauer. Oh my goodness me, he got an absolute launch off the line, left the rest of the field in his wake, and he's nearly 2 seconds up the road after the opening lap. That's the kind of start that you need. You line it up, you get that traction, and it catapults you forward. And for Kevin Stahauer, it was 2 seconds up the road by the opening 1,100 metres. That is incredible. And now, here is the battle for second position. Jens Stroer all the way down in 6th behind Robin Glerum in the Birolart. And then we've got Gil Mertens, Jeffrey Fixer holding station in 8th on the Maranello. Olivier Hart and Dirk van Sifthout rounding out the top 10. Jarno Opmeer, in the meantime, has moved up from 14th to 12th on the CRG, and he's closing in on Daniel Tenbach. Tenbach not having a good run in the final. That was a bit of a late lunge there for the position going in by one of the Birolarts, and that was on Enzo Bol. That was Robin Glerum trying to thread the eye of the needle up the inside. Nearly opened the door for Jens Stroer in the meantime. 8 minutes still to go, plus an additional lap. Alibax holding on for dear life, and whilst he's the cork in the proverbial bottle, it means that Kevin Stahauer is getting away and is nearly 2.6 seconds up the road. And there is the 202. Maxime Deloer not having a good run either, down at the back end of the field. So Nigel Hendricks did manage to get the cart push started, and is quite a considerable amount of time back from everybody else, as Enzo Bol looks up the inside of Sam van Verskuilen, and then that allows Robin Glerum to get through on the pair of them. Jens Stroer trying to get through and clashes sidewalls. into turn 5 with Van Verskuilen, and that is allowing the 280 of Olivier Hart. Troyer and Van Verskuilen miss out. I think Fixer's got through. Yes, he has. Troyer has got through. I think Olivier Hart has also got through as well in the 280. So a little bit of sidewall rubbing between those two drivers, and it caused massive, massive problems for the pair of them. So now going through on Van Verskuilen as Jeffrey Fixer. Well, Van Verskuilen having an absolute mare at the moment. He's down in 13th, just in front of Jarno Opmeer, who's dropped down back to where he qualified in 14th position. But it really is a bit of... oh, no! That is not what Olivier Hart wanted to do, and that has just caught out, I think, Jeffrey Fixer in the meantime. Oh, dearie me, as if it wasn't bad enough for Jeffrey Fixer losing the left rear wheel at Karting Genk. And then spinning around, I think it was on the Champions Winter Trophy, if I remember correctly, Jeffrey Fixer not having a good one, and that was a bit of a that was a bit of a momentum shift. You know, like literally, when you're going from one part of the track to the other, Olivier Hart must have literally gone full-on right-hand down on that, and it just pirouetted the kart. And Jeffrey Fixer got caught up in the crossfire and was backwards into the gravel. So Robin Glerum now has an opportunity, and he's going to try and take it through at turn 5 in on Renzo Alibax, and that is the change for second position. Birolart versus CRG. And Glerum has been lighting up the timesheets purple. Fastest lap of the race for the 2:16.43, 43.013. Gap between him and Kevin Stahara is now 2.6 seconds. Can Glerum close that gap? Well, he's got time to try and do so. 43.256. Well, he was over 2/10 quicker than Stahauer on that last lap. Fixer finds himself all the way down in last position. As, oh dearie me, it's still getting a bit feisty. A little bit further back behind. That's Fahin Mega actually at the end of that train. He's just behind Jens Troyer. And that is Koen van Ginkel. That's Opmeer up the inside. Nice move there by Jarno. So I think that was Dan Zopfi that got through, and then that opened the door for Opmeer. Rick Mears is on the Birolart just behind. It was Koen van Ginkel that actually lost out, so Jatik got through, and then Opmeer managed to get through in his own right. But Robin Glerum is now lit up, fired up, and that kart is absolutely on rails right now. 42.769 seconds for Robin Glerum. New fastest lap of the race, 4 1/4 minutes plus 2 laps. Gap now down to just a shade over 2 seconds. So Kevin Stahauer, you better watch your 6. Robin Glerum is coming for you right now. And that gap's now down to less than 1.5 seconds. New fastest lap. Glerum is flying. He does not need wings on that Birolart chassis. He's just done a 42.396 and Stahauer 43.009. I think the Jaws music is starting to burn my eardrums right about now, because that is effectively what I think is happening. But all 19 drivers, including Jeffrey Fixer, feel so sorry for him. Got caught, well, got blindsided by that incident with Olivier Hart, who's now down in 15th. But yeah, Glerum's got that time down again. Enzo Boller's now just done a new fastest lap of the race, trying to close down on Renzo Alibax for 3rd. So the 2:55 from the Netherlands, 42.243 and closing. So 3 minutes to go. This is going to be very, very close as to what happens. Now, Stahauer has started responding to Glerum, and Glerum last time around did a 42.478. Stahauer goes underneath 43 seconds once again, 42.779, and a personal best for the race leader. Yellow flags into turns 1, 2, and 3. There are a couple of marshals there, so someone Oh, dearie me, do not tell me that was Jens Treur that has just had a moment. It is. He's dropped down the timesheets. Treur was running really, really well. And what's more, the lead is now less than 7/10. Glirum is closing on Stehauer for the race lead. And there is Van Verskeulen and Tenbach battling away as they come out of the 10th and penultimate corner at this circuit. This is going to be really... So no overtaking into turn 1, but when will Robin Glirum pull the trigger? That's the big question. I'm trying to keep an eye on where they are out on track. Okay, right, they're just coming through turn 5 off of the back straightaway. So this is now the opportunity for Robin Glirum to go for it. They are now heading in to turns 8, 9, yeah. They're now going into the penultimate right-hander, are the two race leaders. And there they are. Well, there is some other activity on circuit, one of which is Jarno Opmeer. There are the two race leaders. So through into turns 1 and 2. Enzo Boll is the first driver to go sub 42 seconds. 41.888 for the number 255. But Robin Glirum is definitely motoring on to close on in to Kevin Stehauer. So they are less than 0.3 of a second back, behind, well, between each other. There they are. Right, new gap, 0.262. Glirum trying to get through, and there is what I've been waiting to see a little bit. Yeah, Glirum very late on the brakes through turn 4. He has just been motoring on and trying to close in on Stehauer just ahead. So this could be a very, very interesting battle over the next 3 laps. So we've got 3, including this one. Time is going to hit 0 very, very shortly as they come out of turn 7 into 8, 9, and then into 10. So time has expired. Oh, dearie me, that's the moment. And that was Alibax being turned by Boll, I believe. Yes, Enzo Boll had caught right up to the rear. Alibax will be absolutely fuming. We've got 2 laps to go. Enzo Boll did still put in, well, that was a 47.9 for Enzo Boll. So Robin Glirum has got this, plus 1 more lap remaining to go to try and get past Stehauer, who has been leading pretty much from the start of the race. So this is where it could be very, very crucial. Who will make the decisive move that will see who will win this pre-final? Will it be Stehauer? Will it be Glirum? Last lap underway. 0.124 separating them through turn 2, into 3, now into 4. Glirum has got to do something and might have an opportunity to do it within the next couple of corners. It's not close enough to the back bumper of Stehauer to mount an offensive, but it could come in at the last lap of the last few corners of this race. Stehauer's just got to keep it calm and cool and composed and defend. That's what he's got to do right now. But it may not be enough. 1 more corner to go. Glirum will be alongside Stehauer, who picks up the win in the pre-final. A great run by Kevin Stehauer, who wins the KZ2 pre-final by 94 thousandths at the flag. Glirum up from 7th to finish 5th. Good work by Gil Mertens in the meantime, managing to take P3. And yeah, well, let's just say the incident through at turn 10 on the penultimate lap didn't help Enzo Boll. Drops the 255 all the way down to 15th place at the end of it. Whereas Alibax would finish in 7th. Daniel Tenbach and Sam van Verskeulen rounds out the top 5. Farin Mega 6th, Renzo Alibax 7th, Jarno Opmeer up 6 positions to finish 8th. So that will put him on row 4. Olivier Hart, after that incident earlier on that took out, that dropped Jeffrey Fixer backwards and into the gravel off of turn 5, finishes in 9th. Whether that stands is not at my discretion, but whether that may be investigated post-race. Ajin Yatic, 10th. Koen van Ginkel, Dan Zopvi, Rick Mears, Maxime Delua and Enzo Bol round out the top 15 with Doug van Siftout, Jeffrey Fixer and Nigel Hendricks rounding out the 18 that finished. Jens Troyer, we lost on lap 9, and of course Quinn Vinkel, the defending champion, excluded after what happened in qualifying earlier on today. Right then, let's take you through the grid for the final for Micromax. Of course, we are under a significant delay after the DD2 Masters Pre-Final earlier on, but here is your grid. Ryan Rampadarath will start from pole position in the number 32. Alongside will be Conor Haufer alongside on the front row. Niki Naruhito Tomase and Dimitar Lazarov will round out row 2. Max Moore and Tristan Abils will round out row 3, with Mateus Clever, Bruce Chirino and Noah Stehauder rounding out the 9-strong grid. So a little bit more strategy comes into play with these finals. They are now 13 minutes plus 1 additional lap. We are running at the minute about 20 minutes behind schedule, so approximate start time I would say is probably going to be, judging by the timetable that I see at the moment, probably 2 minutes, well, probably about 6:40 p.m. local time. So that will mean that the podium will be, the presentation for the trophies will be a little bit delayed. But no penalties in the pre-final for the Micromax drivers earlier on today. So it is going to be down to what happens. Max Moore won the final last time out at Karting Genk. Could we see our second different winner of a final here at Circuit Park Berghem in the Netherlands? Well, we're going to find out in probably the best part of 15 minutes, as the drivers are being told to slow. So 13 minutes on the timer. Into the tram lines, revs rise. The national flag from the Netherlands gets us underway. Let's see who gets into the first corner first. It's going to be Conor Haufer. Conor Haufer went round to the outside on Ryan Rampadarath and got through and took the race lead. Possible opportunity for Niki Naruhito Tomase to get through on Rampadarath at turn 4, but unable to do so. Max Moore looking to try and get through for third and looks to have a slight bit of a sidewall rub there with the number 25 and gets through for third place. Just behind is the number 69 of Dimitar Lazarov from Germany in 5th. Tristan Nabeels in 6th, Bruce Gerino, Matthias Clever and Noah Stehauder rounding out the 9 strong. As very shortly we'll be completing the opening lap here at Circuit Park Berghem. So, leading the way after the opening lap, Conor Haufer, who had a who had a qualifying session to forget, having been excluded for a technical non-conformity. But Ryan Rampadarath still holding on to second ahead of Max Moore. Niki Naruhito Tomase and Dimitar Lazarov means that is the top 5 covered by just under 1.2 seconds. Now it's the run up to turn 5. Line astern pretty much between all of the quintet. And bit of a run wide there, and a mistake from Ryan Rampadarath, and then in the meantime that drops him to third behind Max Moore. Dimitar Lazarov has got through on Niki Naruhito Tomase for 4th place, now is gunning for third. Rampadarath decides to shut the door firmly, but makes a mistake out of turn 10, and that's allowed the pair of them to get through on him. So Rampadarath at the beginning of the opening lap was on pole position. Now he finds himself all the way down in 5th, and there's a look at this quartet here. Tristan Nabeels leading Matthias Clever, Bruce Chirino and Noah Stehauder. That is the battle for 6th place, and this is the quintet battling over the race lead. So don't discount any one of these 5 drivers. Oh, Ryan Rampadarath tried to go the tighter line there. Keep it up the inside of Niki Naruhito Tomase for 4th into T5, but the 32 had to back out of it. Tomase had the right of way, so to speak. I think was just fractionally ahead. So lap 3 in the books, and Conor Haufer still leads by just under 0.3 of a second. Max Moore, again, still leading the way in terms of the rookie classification. Oh, change there, that's for 7th. So Noah Stehauder in the number 12 CRG, getting through on Matthias Clever on the number 13 TB kart. Also have to give a shout out to my good friend Matty Street, who is the TB kart importer for the United Kingdom, run under a new name called X-Kart, and has been around for about 3 or so seasons. So TB kart making its wings spread a little bit wider in the United Kingdom. But we are down to 9.5 minutes to go, and it is 2 at the front end of the field. Line astern, Max Moore challenging Conor Haufer for the race lead. 73,000 separating the 2 countrymen across the start-finish line. Max Moore just waiting for the opportunity. Still has 9.25 minutes plus 2 additional laps to try and make good his intention. Sometimes it's not always about leading. If you are confident to lead at the front, you will want to lead at the front. And that is exactly what Conor Haufer feels at the moment is his prerogative, his priority. Fastest lap of the race so far, Max Moore, 52.017 seconds on lap 4. Lap 5 at the moment as they make their way through to the far part of the circuit through turn 9. And Matthias Clever battling with Noah Stehauder, so TB kart plays CRG. Third could be under threat as Niki Naruhito Tomase was looking up the inside very briefly out of the final corner on Dimitar Lazarov, but the number 69 held station. This might not be the case through turn 4, and that just goes to show that Lazarov opened the door for Naruhito Tomase, and Niki got through and nearly had Lazarov coming back at him through into turn 5. But the number 25 now up into P3. Can they start to work together? If they keep on battling, they are going to allow the two in front just to pull away. The gap between them is well over 1.5 seconds, and we're about to complete lap 6. So Conor Halfer, Max Moore again just sticking his nose out, just as if to say, hello, I'm there. They were literally nigh on identical to the decimal point. And there's the race move. Oh, there's the move for the race lead, and a bit of an unforeseen touch. Max Moore decided to go up the inside of Conor Halfer. Left front, well, the left side of the front bumper clatters into the right side pod of the number 78. And there we go, change for the lead on lap 7. Max Moore, the number 18, ahead of Conor Halfer on the number 78. Whilst they've been battling, there was nearly a 2-second advantage between Moore and Niki Naruhito Tomase. But that has changed. That gap is no way is that 2 seconds. That is a lot less. It's now less than 0.8 of a second, and a new fastest lap by the number 25. Gap's now 0.764 between second and third. It's not even that now coming out of turn number 4. Naruhito Tomase, new fastest lap, 51.489 on lap 7. This is going to be a very, very close finish, because you look behind, there's Dimitar Lazarov, and then also Ryan Rampadarath is also not that far behind. So you can factor in these 5 drivers will be battling away for the race lead. Niki Naruhito Tomase's fastest lap of the race was nearly 1.3 seconds quicker than Conor Halfer. Here we go with just under 6 minutes remaining. Tomase on the back of Halfer through turns 1, 2 and 3. Could he go for the move into second? He is going to go for the move into second. And also, there goes Dimitar Lazarov, I think, just went through for third. That is the case. So, Ryan Rampadarath has got the ringside seat. So, that gap between this quintet was nearly 1.5 seconds after lap number 8. And we're on lap 9. It looks more like it's going to be half a second to possibly 0.7 at a push. So the drivers make their way through the final corner once again. And this is just so close to call. Niki Naruhito Tomase trying to go through around the outside at turn 1, and he's made the move stick. Brilliant stuff there by the number 25, who on the beginning of lap 10 takes the race lead. Top 5 covered by 0.7 of a second. And now it's all for themselves. Lazarov gets through on Moore for P2. At turn 5, Rampadarath has got through on Halfer, who's now dropped all the way down to 5th place. Incredible skill and racecraft by these young drivers. Incredible to watch and witness. Nothing separates them. Only takes one wrong move, and you end up going from either, like, say, the race lead to P5. That's what Conor Halfer has found out. Top 5 covered by 0.4 after 10 laps. This is personification of how these young drivers are so intensely competitive. As now, Lazarov was looking for a possible opportunity to go for the race lead, decided, actually, you know what, I don't fancy leading right now. I'd rather stay behind Naruhito Tomase, but he thinks otherwise. He could have gone through at turn 7 and decided not to. Through 8, now into the right-hander here at 9. Really has been quite a interesting and exciting battle. It keeps you guessing, and it's a bit like Honda Cadet racing in the United Kingdom. They are all in a pack, and then 2 laps to go. Watch out, it's going to be like the Octagon, the UFC. You know, the gloves go off and the elbows come out. And Max Moore just defended quite nicely ahead of Ryan Rampadarath, who's trying to get through for third. So try and make some steady progression. Lazarov covers off Moore. Moore covers off Rampadarath, who also covers off Halfa in the meantime. Now through into 6. If they keep on doing this, then Niki Naruhito Tomasa will be the winner of the final. But Max Moore will want to continue that winning streak, and at the moment, third is no bueno. It's not good enough at the minute. Coming up to 2.5 minutes to go, plus those all-important additional 2 laps. 8.5 tenths cover the top 5. And Halfa and Rampadarath have lost out some real estate. As in the fact they were closer behind the top 3. They are a little bit further back than they would like to be at the minute. Max Moore possibly looking to an inside move here at turn 5. And just does not want to commit. Not at this point in the race. We'd like, say, maybe 2 or 3 laps to go. I can completely understand it. However, it is not going to fly. It's not going to work. So, all I'm going to say, folks, is pick a winner from this 5. Even I can't do that at the moment. But it is getting a bit feistier. Lazarov might lose out second position to Max Moore, and I think that has, yes, it has happened. A little bit sideways whilst turning the kart in. Max Moore's signaling to Dimitar Lazarov saying, stop fighting me. Just come on, let's go after the race leader. That's what they wanted. That's the thing is, Max Moore will want to have a 100% winning streak in terms of the finals. As Connor Halfa looking up the inside, that's through turn 7 and gets through on Ryan Rampadarath. Naruhito Tomasa will lead us on to our second from penultimate lap. And Max Moore was trying to go around the outside to repay the favour and gets the job done, but Tomasa got straight back at him. Lazarov looking up the inside through into P2. Gets the job done. Max Moore has got the lead. Connor Halfa's got through. Where is Ryan Rampadarath? He is ahead of Naruhito Tomasa. So that, again, I said about Connor Halfa going from 1st to 5th. Same thing has just happened within 5 corners on Niki Naruhito Tomasa on that particular occasion. So now it's Max Moore leading. 2nd, it's Lazarov. 3rd, it's Halfa. 4th, it's Rampadarath. And 5th, it's Tomasa. So, timer has hit 0. 2 laps to go after this. 2.2 kilometres. Max Moore has got to try and do everything in his power to keep Lazarov at bay. Through turn 1, it does stay the same. Looking for the crisscross was Lazarov through turn 4. That was a bit, not sneaky, but I think a bit calculated. As Connor Halfa nearly opens the barn doors for Ryan Rampadarath through turn 5, but that didn't transpire maybe as what the 32 wanted. Through into 8 for the penultimate time. This is where it really comes down to that crunch time moment. It's going to be who wants it bad enough, who wants to take the win. Max Moore is 1.1 kilometres away from doing the double in 2 respective finals. But what do the 4 behind have to say about it? At the minute, Lazarov is the closest. Through in towards turn 4, Moore goes defensive. Lazarov tries the over-under, doesn't quite work. Halfa factoring into this. Rampadarath nearly had Tomasa up the inside through turn 5. That didn't work for the number 25 itself. But Max Moore is on course for winning 2 out of 2 when it comes to the finals. This will be a fantastic display by the youngster from Germany, because it is going to happen again. It happened once at Genk. It lightning strikes twice as Max Moore wins the final. Max Moore wins the final here at Berghem by a 1/10.5 after 17 laps of racing. Meine Güte. I have to say, it was difficult to pick a winner between those 5, and every single one of them was very much deserving. So Max Moore continues to consolidate a possible championship lead. Started 5th on the grid and takes the win by 0.159 seconds. And it's a German top 3. Dimitar Lazarov in 2nd, Conor Haufer in 3rd, Ryan Rampadarath started on pole, finished in P4 ahead of Niki Naruhito Tomase, who rounds out the top 5. Tristan Abils, Noah Stehauder, Mateus Clever on debut finishes 8th in the final, and Bruce Chirino rounds out the 9-strong grid. So 1 winner decided, a few more coming up shortly. Okay, 1 winner decided. Let's have a look, see who the next one will be. It's the Minimax final, and here's your grid. Gage Moyes and Rickert Joppen on the front row. Olivier Mazurkiewicz and Milano Shiphorst will be on row 2. James van der Poel and Vince van der Hallen will be on row 3. AJ Berggraaf and Julian Dummer, row 4. Jarakiewicz, Bosch and Duncan Hudson round out the top 10 with Thibaut de Groot, Sebastian Brand, Mika Vonk, Tygo Holthausen, Jesse Andringa, Tim Stiga, Liam Bestero, Devrim Yater, Thijs den Dekker, Jens Kielstra, and Lawrence van Vlaanderen. Also, Jeff Verbeek didn't make the start, and neither did Maxime Becker. Penalties post the pre-final. Jump start for was considered, well, was actually found to be the case for Sebastian Brand, got a 3-second time penalty. 1-3-0. Vince van der Hallen got an unsportsmanlike driving conduct 3-second time penalty post-race. And then, well, the biggest loser in the race was Tim Stiga. 1:55 got a 5-second time penalty post-race for an out-of-position front bumper. So once again, oh dear, we've had a coming together on the formation lap between Jeff Verbeek and Jens Kielstra. I see no sign of Maxime Becker. Oh dearie me, calm down, kids, calm down, please. Another issue there in the start. However, the leaders make our way through into the tram lines. Revs rise. Are we ready? Are we steady? We are underway. And Gage Moyes leads the field into turn 1. Rickert Joppen had Olivier Mazurkiewicz up the inside through turn 1. And the youngster has got through. And James van der Poel tries to get through as well up the inside of Mazurkiewicz in the Rickert Joppen. So James van der Poel has got up to P3. Vince van der Hallen has gotten up to 4th. We just saw Jens Kielstra having another off-track excursion, or another moment. So this is very much the case of Gage Moyes doing a very, very good job. This is the first year for Gage Moyes as a Minimax driver. Competed for Team Netherlands in Bahrain last year at the Grand Finals as a micro driver. So, opening lap completed. Moyes leads. Mazurkiewicz, van der Poel now 3rd. Van der Hallen, Berggraaf now up to 4th and 5th respectively. Rickert Joppen in 6th, nearly having Julian Dummer up the inside. I think Dummer is getting very, very close indeed. Milano Shiphorst not too far behind either. Oh, dramas there. Mazurkiewicz gets a little bit of a touch and a tangle with James van der Poel. That opens the door for Vince van der Hallen, who's got through on the pair of them. Could also open up the door for Rickert Joppen if they're not careful. They can't start tripping over their own shoelaces at this minute. This is early doors in the race. So in the final, and I keep on stressing this a little bit whenever I'm on broadcast, there's a sense of urgency and then a sense of desperation. And a little bit of desperation, I fear, crept in at that point. But that just goes to show, as there is going to be a change. That is now second, I think, for Vince van der Hallen, who is third. James van der Poel. Mazurkiewicz is there. Who's round the outside? That's AJ Berggraaf on Rickert Joppen. And they are still clashing sidewalls and side pods. Milano Shiphorst in the 114 is right with them on the CRG. Duncan Hudson, Jara Kivitsbosch and Julian Dummer round out the top 10. Top 10 covered by less than 2.2 seconds. Well, if anyone might remember a particular Star Trek film called The Undiscovered Country with Christopher Plummer playing Klingon, the Klingon called General Chang, cry havoc and let's slit the dogs of war. In this case, it's the Minimax drivers of war. This is an absolute outright brawl here. But it's a controlled one. But Gage Moyes still leads. Vince van der Hallen looking to pick up, be the second driver in a row to pick up 2 finals, because van der Hallen's going for it. And now he's going to go through at turn 7. That's the change for the race lead, as Gage Moyes gets a little bit of an assist from James van der Poel, who's got Olivier Mazurkiewicz right behind. And there is Rickert Joppen back up to P5. Oh, dearie me, the elbows have been out, and they have been well and truly sharpened. Van der Poel trying to go for second on Gage Moyes. That's through turns 1 and 2. Did the Sodi kart make it through? He didn't. Gage Moyes holding on. Oh, Mazurkiewicz gets tripped up a little bit coming through turn 4. They've got to have eyes in the back of their head. Milano Shiphorst might be looking up the inside of AJ Berggraaf through into turn 5. Can't get the job done as Berggraaf through on Mazurkiewicz. Mazurkiewicz having to fight tooth and nail. That's coming through turn 7. That's a fast pod on the circuit. Into turn 8. Shiphorst gets through. And that's going to allow the 177 of Duncan Hudson. Oh, moment there for Mazurkiewicz. Up into the air goes the front axle. And through goes Jara Kivitsbosch. And I think Julian Dummer also did get through. Yes, that is the case. And Dummer got through on Kivitsbosch to boot. Hold the phone. Hold on, folks. Grab the bull by both horns and wait for the roller coaster ride to start. Because that bull is starting to buck right about now. My goodness me. 8.5 minutes to go plus 2 additional laps. New fastest lap of the race. Well, it's the driver in third position at the moment, Rickert Joppen. That's a 48.963. Vince van der Hallen is the new race leader, started on the outside of row number 3. 6th position. Hold the phone, he said. I'm going to be there in the race lead. However, let's add 2 additional parties to this mix. Not just the top 3, make it the top 5. Look at James van der Poel, look at AJ Berggraaf. They have been very, very calm and controlled. So into turn 5 we go once again. Van der Poel is closing on the top 3, hand over fist. We still have all 22 drivers, including Jens Kielstra, that started the race. Of course, no Maxim Becker. We've opted to call it a day and go, well, they may have decided not to partake in this race. 7.25 minutes to go, and Gage Moyes is putting the pressure on Vince van der Hallen as if to say, come on, get going. I want to clear away from these 2 behind us. Because Rickert Joppen and James van der Poel are working indirectly together. As a familiar face and voice has just said, coming to say hi, Hushbecken, who's been on the commentary side of things, but it really has been a very close affair. We saw great racing between these drivers in the pre-final earlier on, but Gage Moyes trying to outdo Vince van der Hallen, trying to outdo him. And Rickert Joppen is waiting in the wings, and so is James van der Poel. AJ Berggraaf looks to be losing distance big time and could be closed in on by Duncan Hudson, who's up 4 places from 10th on the grid. Milano Shiphorst, Julian Dummer, Jarakiewicz Bosch and Tim Steiger now round out the top 10. Top 4 covered by just over 3.5 tenths of a second. The line is very much prominent into turn number 5. And Van der Hallen still leads the way. Just had a quick natter with Horst, of course, a good friend, and but 5.5 minutes to go. James van der Poel, new fastest lap of this race, 48.783, and the top 3 covered by just over 3 tenths of a second. Again, like the Micromax earlier on today. It is very much the case of pick your winner, folks. Pick your winner. That just goes to show how tight this competition is. Van der Hallen is trying to do his level best. Gage Moyes has got the fire lit in the belly. And was 68 thousandths behind. Crossed the line after 10 laps. Olivier Mazurkiewicz, new fastest lap, 48.726. A real shame for the birthday boy yesterday on what could have been a very different story. Oh, bit of a bump and run there. James van der Poel and Rickert Joppen having a little bit of argy-bargy. Gage Moyes trying to get on with things right now as we're getting into those final 4 minutes plus 2 additional laps. Gage Moyes wants to win it. Van der Hallen wants to hang on. Joppen and Van der Poel consider that they are contenders for this race, and I would not disagree with that sentiment from either of those 2 drivers in 3rd and 4th position. And it is going to be very, very close indeed. Oh, there's a bit of a squabble. That was for around about 8th, 9th, 10th and 11th and 12th. I think Mazurkiewicz might have been a little bit sideways. Oh no, it's actually behind him. So it would have been the likes of Tim Steiger, who's up 5 places from 16th on the grid to 11th. But the top 4 are very much inseparable. 5 tenths covered them after 11 laps of racing, and we still have 3.5 to go. But it is about the driver who will make that decisive moment. And then all will be said and done. Van der Hallen holding on. Joppen trying to go through. There's the move for the race lead. Gage Moyes goes for it, and Joppen is right on his rear. Right on the rear axle. That just goes to show one move can decide it all. Van der Hallen now will be able to concentrate on the following. Pressurise the 2 in front. As Job nearly had a moment there, because Van der Hallen was very deep into the braking zone. Gave him the opportunity to possibly go for it. But with 2 minutes and 20 still to go, plus 2 laps, this is far from decided. I want to see what's been happening with AJ Berggraaf in the meantime. Been quite comparable. There's the move for second. Van der Hallen retakes second off of Rickert Joppen. James van der Poel has just been biding his time. Sometimes calm head prevails. Oh, bit of a touch there between Van der Poel and Joppen through turn 6. And Van der Poel went sideways after the slightest amount of a touch on the rear bumper of Rickert Joppen. But it hasn't caused him that much damage in terms of battling for the race win. So Gage Moyes out of the final corner. Gap was 88 thousandths. Now it's 0.23 ahead of Van der Hallen. So this and 3 more laps to go. 4 in total. We're on lap 14. We completed lap 14. We're on lap 15 of this race. As now Van der Hallen looking in at turn 5. He's going to go for the move and he takes it. Van der Hallen through on Gage Moyes for the race lead at turn 5 on lap 14. Complete self-confidence in driver and machinery. That just goes to show that you've got to be in the right place at the right time. You know what, Gage Moyes, have to give the 134 all the benefit of the doubt. Has done a stellar performance this weekend, but has still got Rickert Joppen for company. Now, the fight intensifies. We go up into high gear at the sharp end of the field. 0.44 separated the top 4 after 15 laps. Now the run down to turn number 5. Van der Hallen looking to make it 2 finals in a row that he's won. One at Kartinggenk, will like to do the same just as Max Moore has done here in Micro. But he's got 3 other hungry, motivated, young chargers behind. Gage Moyes, Rickert Joppen and James van der Poel right with him. No one's giving an inch, no one's taking a mile. But that was nearly the opportunity that could have been seen in the way of favourable for Gage Moyes. 2 laps to go. Timer has expired. And also AJ Berggraaf closing in on Milano Shiphorst. That is for 5th. Behind them, Olivier Mazurkiewicz and Julian Dummer. They are battling over 7th. But now, this is where it's going to get a bit fruity. Gage Moyes makes a slight misjudgment through into turn 5. James van der Poel, tighter line through 6. But Rickert Joppen stays ahead for the minute. If you want a grandstand finish, you're going to get one right now, ladies and gentlemen, because here they go. Top 4 covered by 0.28 seconds as we now head on to lap 18. Final lap underway. Van der Hallen defends. Moyes loses second to Joppen through into turn 1. Now it's all for themselves. And look, Mazurkiewicz has closed in on the battle for 5th place with Milano Shiphorst and AJ Berggraaf. And I can hear the cheers down from the left-hand side of where I am at the minute. But Vince van der Hallen is just corners away from taking a 2nd win in a final this season. The number 130, the young Belgian, doing a great job so far. Gage Moyes, I was really looking forward to seeing what would happen, but we are 1 corner away. Who's going to take it out of the final corner? It's 2 for 2. Van der Hallen does it again. And frustration, right frustration for Rickert Joppen over the line. 9/100ths of a second. Van der Hallen and Moore both have won finals at the opener at Genk, and they've done it again here at Berghem. Who would have thought of that? Gage Moyes rounds out the top 3 ahead of James van der Poel. The battle for 5th was eventually won by Milano Shiphorst in the 1:14. AJ Berggraaf, Julian Dummer, Olivier Mazurkiewicz round out the top 8. Mazurkiewicz picks up the fastest lap of the race in the final. Jarek Bosch and Sebastian Brand round out the top 10 with Jeff Verbeek, Devrim Jeter, Mika Vonk, Tim Steiger. Good work by Laurens van Vlaanderen in the number 170. Didn't really have a good run in the pre-final. Moved up from 21st to finish 15th. Thibaut de Groot, Tiger Holthausen, Duncan Hudson, Liam Bastero, and Thijs den Dekker rounds out the top 20. Jens Kilstra, Jesse Andringa rounding out the 22 strong that finished all 18 laps. And of course, Maxime Becker, a non-starter. But Van der Hallen, like Moore, does the double here at Berghem. Okay, we quickly go on to Junior Max for the final. Here's your grid. Dave Stevens and Thijs van Wijk line up on the front row. Badien Blankenberg and Jos Valkenaars are on row number 2. Row 3, Noah Janssen and Boris Maximov. Max Sadurski and Adam Vida round out row 4, with David Dorstein and Lieke van Berkel completing the top 10. Bran van der Weyken and Luca van Leer, row 6. Olivier Janssen and Ryan Kivits-Bosch, row 7. Vince Dries and Temma Koopmans, row 8. Levi Dries, Rick Corporal, Jim Buck and Tony van Leersum round out the top 20. With Charlotte van Nissum 21st, Philip Wisniewski, Rocco Kerr, Ludin Engelsman and Jort van Eickelen rounding out the 25 strong. Penalties post the pre-final. Well, Philip Wisniewski, there was a decision by the stewards from KNAF that there was, of course, verbal abuse pointed towards an official, 10-second penalty given. Mechanical flag was given to the 203 of Rocco Kerr and also the 203 of Philip Wisniewski. 2 front fairing penalties issued post the pre-final. Jort van Eickelen, 5-second time penalty, even though he DNF'd, and the 215 of Vince Dries got a 5-second penalty for that infraction. So let's see what happens here. Stevens, Van Wijk, Blankenberg, Valkenaars could be at the sharp end of this big time. But Van Wijk took the win in the final. We've had 2 drivers already so far today that have done the double. Can Van Wijk make it 3 in a row? Light the flag, waves us into racing, and Stevens leads us into the opening couple of corners. It is going to be very, very close indeed. Badien Blankenberg up to 2nd. Noah Janssen up from 5th now to 3rd. And lots of trip over each other. Oh, someone got a bit of a hip check there. That was one of the CRGs. Too sure which one that was, but it was around about the area where Max Sadurski might be currently located. He was 7th on the grid. And there is Sadurski. Adam Vida, I think, maybe in the 266. So we still have quite a lot of this. Now, the humidity has now gone to its highest, 90% so far. 10 degrees Celsius, north wind, or northerly wind of 14 kilometres an hour, which is about 8.5–9 miles an hour, if give or take. But again, we're going to see a lot of pack racing over the next few moments, as there is a move. I think there might have been possibly Bran van der Weyken getting through at turn 5, possibly, as the leaders make their way through into turn 9. And one of the CRGs being left a little bit hung out to dry. That was the 224. Levi Dries, as there is Max Sadurski, currently running P6 ahead of Adam Vida on the 268 CRG. Vince Dries has just dropped big time. 3-second time penalty. That might be, oh, that's Max Sadurski. I think that might be for 2 wheels out of the tram line. So I just saw the digital board go up on the start-finish straights that Max Sadurski has a 3-second time penalty coming his way. And that is for unsportsmanlike driving. I've just seen on the live timing. Oh dear. Keep your elbows in and don't do anything untoward. So Sadurski with a 3-second time penalty. Well, that'll drop him big time outside of the possibly the Max Sadurski at the moment is, that would put him 13th currently on the road. So we are 10 minutes and 20 seconds still remaining in this race. So Boris Maximov is right with Max Sadurski, so Sadurski will have seen that penalty board. Oh, Maximov tries to go through at turn 8, and he got the job done. I haven't seen many overtakes happening there at all this weekend. that's the first. And Maximov just went, right, okay, let's go for it. And decided to thread the eye of the needle, let's say. 9 3/4 minutes still to go, plus an additional lap. Fastest lap of the race so far. Dies van Wyk is all. That's a send. That's a late send there by Max Sadursky. And that was on Luca van Leer, I believe, in the 284, which was the case. And right behind them is Bran van der Weyken. Van der Weyken is really... Van der Weyken was a Minimax driver last year, and nearly making it 3 wide into turn 10 was the 290. And then he's got the 285 trying to go up the inside. That's Lieke van Berkel. And then Rick Corporal, back end up in the air, over the curbing at turn 11, gets through on the 285. Well, Rick Corporal up 7 places. But in the meantime, there's the change for the race lead. And it's going to change twice in 2 corners. Blankenberg got through, and he's going to lose out. He's going to lose out second. Will he lose out third? Yes, there's a little bit of a hip check, but there comes... That is your Valkenars. Valkenars decides, right, I'm going for it, and he went for it. He got it. Well, Bodine Blankenberg, within 3 to 4 corners, went from first... Does this sound familiar? 5th. It's like with the Minimax final just a few minutes ago. My goodness me. Valkenars, in the meantime, has just put in the new fastest lap of the race. 45.422. So it really does go to show that if you chance it, you play your cards right, you'll get through and get the job done. And that's exactly what happened. But Noah Janssen has the opportunity to try and go for a race win. Stevens will think otherwise. Van Wyk will want to do 2 in a row. Valkenars will want to get a win. Blankenberg will be thinking, hang on, I should be in this battle. But now he's got behind him Aaron Vida on the CRG chassis in the 268. But they are battling for top rookie honours as well. Okay, Van Wyk up the inside. That's through on Janssen for P2 at turn 4. And Janssen, judging by his performance, I know for a fact that he'll be competing in Rotax Germany, which starts its season on the 20th and the 21st of April at Procarp Raceland Circuit in Wackersdorf. I should know I'm going to be there. But great to see there's been a real reinvigoration of Noah Janssen since moving to Kart Republic Machinery and has joined the team at Doha Motorsport. Partially run by Rainer Born. He's got quite a few good talents in there, including Tim Mika Metz, previously a Rotax Max Challenge DD2 champion. Bran van der Weyken is on the move as well. Oh, good dearie me. I don't know how loose that back end of Thijs Stevens' kart was, but it was trying to track to the left-hand side when he hit the brakes going into turn 4, or turn 5. So this is now going to be a... Oh, right, okay. Let me say this. Don't just count out the top 5, rounded out by Bodine Blankenberg. We could have an opportunity here where the top 7 could be in with a shout. If Boris Maximov and Adam Vida start hustling a little bit, Maximov is 2.2 seconds, and now the squabbling is going to start. This is where you always have drivers trying to one-up each other. This is going to give Janssen possibly an opportunity. That is going to be Valkenars passed by Blankenberg. And now Van Wyk trying to look through at turn 7 and 8 on Stevens for the race lead. Janssen hasn't really moved off the racing line, so to speak, in comparison with everybody else. So he's just trying to keep it nice and calm and collected, which sometimes the calmer head does prevail. I should know that. It's happened to me. Right, okay, things are getting feisty. Blankenberg now through for 3rd at T1. You can see there's a little bit of dust there going through 2. And Janssen returns the favour neatly through at turn 4. But then Valkenars gets through, does the pair of them at turn 4. now into 5. Maximov, I did say if they start fighting the person behind, that's 6 carts. Now wait for Aaron Vida to come on in. Bodine Blankenberg and Boris Maximov now start battling. And oh, now that was a bit cheeky there, that hip check from Bodine Blankenberg. And, oh well, gets a little bit of karma. And there is Aaron Vida through on Bodine Blankenberg. There you go. And now we've got a change in the lead of the rookie classification. Aaron Vida now through. So that is 7 carts. Now turn your attention to those behind. I see Max Swiderski, Bran van der Weyken. Here we go again. Janssen has just been passed by Boris Maximov for 4th. They are fighting too much. That is the problem. Everyone's trying... We're at this stage in a driver's development where everyone's trying to one-up each other big time. And now you are going to have a freight train. You are not just going to have Stevens, who leads, Van Wyk, Valkenars, Janssen, Vida, Maximov, Vida, Janssen, Bodine Blankenberg. You then add, look, there's going to be at least a baker's dozen of carts. Look, they are starting to fan out. This is 3.5 minutes to go. Stevens, don't start fighting it. Don't start fighting it. Vida's now through. That's for 4th on Valkenars. The more they fight, the more they're going to cause problems for themselves. And I see this time and time again. And at a circuit like this, where mistakes are so costly. So costly. Okay, right, let's have a look at this. Stevens, Van Wyk, Maximov, Vida, Valkenars. Right, okay, top 10. This is crazy. Jim Baku's 11th is only 1.6 seconds. Oh, we've had one off. One has just gone off at the run through out of turn 2. So someone will be dropping like a bad habit. 3 wide coming out of turn 5. Okay, this is going to get messy. Just brace, come on. And now Stevens has got exactly what he wanted. He thought, right, I'm going to be doing everything I can. Now, that is a Tony cart that is off. I can't pick out the number. So someone's race and his race day has ended early. That is not exactly. Let's have a look. Oh, that's your Valkenars. Valkenars is out of the final. Max Swiderski now finds himself in P3. Bodine Blankenberg is now 2nd. Van Wyk has just got through at turn 5 on Janssen. We've got 1 minute and 45 to go. So your Valkenars in all that melee got, oh dearie me, 3 wide. Oh dearie me, Lieke van Berkel's on the outside of turn 7. That says to me straight away, these drivers are not giving any, they're not giving any quarter. This is where it can get very, very, let's say the word worrying. The thing is, we've now got 3 drivers. If Swiderski picks up the win on the road, he will be down in 7th. And Swiderski round the outside at turn 5 on Bodine Blankenberg, who in turn is trying to fight Taze Stevens for the race lead. This is now bringing in Van Wyk. This is now bringing back in Janssen. Van der Weyken is 6th. In all the madness, one or two drivers have kept that little bit calmer. Van der Weyken is 6th. And whoever that driver is on the right-hand side of the circuit, oh, right onto the racing line. Whoever that was, I'm not sure, but did not need to be at that point on the circuit, right on the racing line. Blankenberg loses out 2nd, could be 3rd with Van Wyk. And they've got to stop hip-checking each other. Race control will be over that like a rash. Janssen now 4th. Stevens is away. This has cost the opportunity of Van Wyk to get 2 finals in a row. We had 14 carts within a second and a half of each other, and Blankenberg decides to go on the very aggressive defence ahead of Bran van der Weyken, who's earned the right to be there. Stevens now 0.8 of a second. Now keep your eyes on the three behind. They've got to start pushing. They really need to start pushing. But Swiderski and Janssen start battling. That's now released Thijs van Wijk. And now Boris Maximov fancies an opportunity to get past Bran van der Weyken, who's made up 5 places. Rocco Kerr has moved up 15, 23rd to 8th. If there's any well, there are some post-race penalties coming, I'm sure. Max Swiderski being the most obvious one. They could be up in the top 5. But we're going to have one more lap to go. What is the gap between Thijs Stevens and Thijs van Wijk? That's what I want to know. Half a second. Van Wijk has got to big time bring it. Swiderski, oh dearie me, Blankenberg gets turned around. Van der Weyken caught up in the crossfire, and it was all down to a late lunge from Boris Maximov. Van der Weyken will be absolutely fuming. Again, it's that sense of desperation. You lunge like that in the last lap. You don't just cost yourself a race. We've got we got one off at turn 8. Turn 8, someone has gone backwards onto the grass, but this could be a run to the line. Let's see what happens. It's not going to be Van Wijk, it's Stevens. Stevens by 53 thousandths of a second. And Noah Janssen picks up a podium. Swiderski is 4th on the road, but will drop to 14th. Rocco Kerr, Temo Koopmans. Okay, Rocco Kerr was 23rd. He was on the penultimate row of the grid and gets 5th. I said it. I thought it might be the case. Temo Koopmans, 16th to 6th. Lieke van Berkel, Jim Back, Luca van Leer, Rick Corporal, Eva Dorstein, Adam Vida, Levi Dries, Ryan Kivitz-Bosch. That rounds out the top 14. 15th, Oliver Janssen. Then you've got Vince Dries, Philip Wisniewski, Noord den Engelsman, Charlotte van Leersum, Blankenberg, Van der Weyken, and Maximov. Okay, Maximov comes across the line. Van der Weyken crosses the line. Blankenberg will be down in 22nd, ahead of Jort van Ekelen, Tony van Leersum, and Jur Valkenaars out on probably an exchange where he got moved off the circuit at turn 2. But Stevens takes the win by 53 thousandths with Van Wijk, 2nd, and the fastest lap of the race. Right, okay, we go to our penultimate Rotax race of the weekend. It's senior Rotax. Let's take a look at the starting grid. Multiple penalties dished out in the pre-final. Jaden Teen and Tommy van der Stroys line up on the front row. All this has classic written all over it again. Mika van der Pavet and Julian Klosman on row 2. Krik Knorden, Kaz Boshouse, Jort van Wijk, Sim van Vliet, Benjamin van Hees and Bram Blomp round out the top 10. Devian Rost, Wout Kirstens, Lars Venink, Max Costa, Mitch Heynert, Luca Brima, Felipe Falk, Sven Slagmolen, Wesley Eckhart, Stan Goose round out the top 20. Gwen Bloxhill, Martin Herrera, Dylan Hummel, Miles Justrand, Mike Maastricht, Jim Ringelberg, Flynn Fitters, Tim Dijkmans, Marth Snell, Pat Gubbles, Taicho Mink, Stein Peters, Ralph van der Pavet and Enzo van den Dickenberg round out the 34-strong grid. So, 3-second penalties for unsporting driving conduct. And they were handed out to Felipe Falk, Puck Gubbles, and Luca Brima. Van den Dickenberg was classified underweight, was underweight, classified last. Puck Gubbles has been given an official warning because of driving conduct and his behaviour towards officials. Along with that, 8 drivers picked up front-fairing penalties. That sets a tone for the final. Okay, Thien and Van der Stroy on the front row. Into the tram lines, revs rise, and we are underway. Thien leads into turn 1. Van der Pavet was looking for a move up the inside. Someone got very slow off the line. It was one of the CRGs, as we have got a yellow at turn 2. Someone went off the circuit. May have had a little bit of an assist. So Glosman is in 4th. He's got Knuren. Boshaus is just behind Jort van Wyk. But it is going to be the fact that Jaden Thien straight away had, remember the opening lap in the senior pre-final. Away into the distance, clear. Bye-bye, see you later. 2.2 seconds down the road, wins by a country mile. However, Van der Stroy was very, very much wanting to bring some fighting talk to the party. Not verbal, but from the karting vernacular. This is where now Van der Stroy has the opportunity. Possible change for 4th on the cards. 5th maybe, actually that was Jort van Wyk, I believe. Well, there is one of the, that's Kaz Boshaus in the 363 that has actually lost out of position. Siem van Vliet is not too far away in this battle. There's Mitch Haynett coming through, shot at turn 9. Haynett currently running in 14th place, but Jaden Thien is not getting away. He's not scarpering away into the distance. Van der Stroy, Van der Pavet are closing in. Glosman 4, Van Wyk, Knuren, Boshaus, Van Hees, Van Vliet. Kirstens rounding out the top 10. Ralph van der Pavet up from 33rd on the grid and now is 24th. 9 places gained by the 368 who retired in the pre-final due to someone hitting the baffles out of his exhaust, and it caused it to be noisy, and Ralph got the mechanical black flag as a direct correlation. Tim Dijkmans looks to be down in 30th position. Mike Maastricht and Dylan Hummel might have been the drivers that were caught out in turn 2. However, Jaden Thien won the senior final. Could it again be another driver that picks up 2 wins on the bounce? Glosman up the inside on Van der Pavet. That's going to allow Van Wyk to get through. Oh, great subtle driving there from Julian Glosman in the 373. Van Wyk wants to get on with the business at hand. Not too eager, Jort, because otherwise you might cause yourself a bit of a problem. However, Kaz Boshaus is being sandwiched right now. It's got Devian Ross right up his rear exhaust. Like literally coming out of turn 6, Boshaus didn't know where to go. It's like a pit manoeuvre in karting being implemented. So 3 minutes down, 10 to go, plus an additional lap. Van der Stroy is keeping Thien very, very honest indeed. Not letting the 359 get away. Klosman and Van Wyk are going with. Van der Pavet isn't that far away either. Top 5 covered by just over 1.1 seconds. So again, it's 5 at the sharp end of the field that really give us an indication of what might yet transpire. Fastest lap of the race so far, Julian Klosman, 44.945, currently running P3 behind Van der Stroy. Now, Jaden Thien has found a little bit of something there, and it's just gone fastest, 44.674. Julian Klosman up the inside. That's through on Van der Stroy for P2. And now Van der Stroy says to Klosman, right, I know we're not on the same team, but Let's help each other. Let's go after Jaden Teen. So they both were in agreement saying, let's not let him get away like he did last time. Because to win by 2.3 seconds in a senior Rotax race is sometimes very much unheard of. Unless the driver and the machinery underneath them is 100% as it should be. Devian Voss doing a, well, trying to be very, very ultra defensive. And it's now the cork in the bottle. Has got at least one, maybe two carts up the inside. Sim van Vliet and Krik Knoren. So now Klausman. Oh, hang on. Now, I heard someone's front bumper flapping on the start-finish straight, hitting the tarmac just a second ago. I am going to wait to see if that does happen again. So someone's front bumper will definitely be in. However, someone getting a bit argy-bargy. I think that might have been, let's see. That was outside of the top 6. It was a Lando Norris chassis that I noticed. So Felipe Falk is making some headway. He's up to P14. So Felipe Falk right with Lars Venink. But Jaden Teen, this pace that Jaden Teen has got. Now, we had on the 25th of February an almighty electric battle between Jaden Teen and Vic Stevens. It was next to nothing, but the final 5 laps were magical. One of the best senior Rotax finishes I have seen in a very, very long time. And this is where Jaden Teen has just gone, yeah, watch out for me this year. And there goes Van der Stroys and Van Wyk. Oh, that was a great double team with the Boobin Power guys getting through on Klausman. Van der Pavert has been biding his time. He's not hanging around. He's not letting them get away into the distance. I know Mika way too well for him to just sort of quit and just say, I'm going to make up the numbers. No, that's not part of his mentality at all. Older brother Ralph, though, however, has made up 12 places and has just got past Jim Ringelberg. That's one for Ralph to put on his CV. So Klausman drops down to 4th. Top 5 covered by 2.5 seconds. We still have 6 minutes to go. So now it's not a case, well, it is a case of, can Van der Stroys pull away from those in front, those behind him, and then go after the man leading the way. That is the key point. That is the key point that we need to know now is, does Van der Stroys have enough in that cart to go after Jaden Teen? I would hope and I would pray. And I know his dad, Martin. I know, Martin, you are listening. And yes, of course he has. But at this point, it's difficult to say. 5.5 minutes to go. Tommy needs something, needs a miracle possibly. But that's part and parcel of karting. You either have a kart underneath you that is on absolute fire, or you have a kart that is no matter what you throw at it, no matter what you try and do to help your situation, does not end up helping your cause. And sometimes that is a case that drivers do have to face, they do have to realise. But with 4 minutes and 52 seconds to go, I'm going to say these 3 words. Never say never. And it's not that, you know, I will never wish any bad luck on anybody. But at this circuit, you've also got to have a couple of other things. Thank you, Martin, for responding. Might have to come and visit you guys at Vagtechnique at some point when I'm over. But yeah, it is a case of sometimes you just, you know, you may not have the cart that's underneath you to get you the win. But what you can do is have a cart underneath you that can get you that consistency, get you those points that you need with regards to a championship push. And don't worry, Martin, I don't have a Volkswagen, I have a Volvo. If you want to chip tune that, feel free, be my guest. But the way that this race No, I spoke with Jaden. No arrogance. And that is crucial. No arrogance. If you are calm, if you are confident, you're confident in yourself, you're confident in the machinery underneath you, it is not a sign of arrogance. It's someone who truly believes in themselves and is motivated, is hungry, and wants to get the results. Of course, I still remember, Martin, I'm going to remind you of something. You remember when I called your son Mr. Domination back at Karting Genk in 2018 when he won every single race of the opening round of the B&L karting series? And then you look at the way that drivers developed. Tommy went into juniors, and then one particular year, 2022, was 10th in the championship standings coming into the final round, and he wins the junior B&L karting series title by a handful of points. So that just goes to show that these drivers will not only be thinking about a possible win, it is thinking long game. This is a long season. This is all the way through to November 3rd at Karting Genk, and that's the final round. But then also there is that carrot that's being dangled in front of them, which is a grand finals ticket. But this is a very, very clean battle between Van der Stroys, Van Wyk, and Klausman. And there is the move that Van Wyk needed and got done. Van der Stroys now having to start to defend, because not too far behind them is going to be Benjamin Van Hees and Wout Kirstens. So again, it is just a case of, right, okay, I've just noticed on the live timing, oh, Enzo van den Nickenberg, please just keep your elbows in a little bit, buddy. Just had a 3-second time penalty for unsportsmanlike driving. So basically, so that just goes to show that if you do get a little bit heavy in regards to how you go on the offensive against somebody, but look at the gap now between Jaden Teen, who is literally treating this like a Sunday afternoon drive in the local countryside here in Berghem. So it is going to be the battle for the final steps on the podium, because the result of the final decides who gets the trophy, who gets the silverware going home today. Of course, one of the other things that happens is that I'm instrumental in helping decide who is the driver of the day. Decide that with part of the remainder of the chrono karting team. And that driver will get a trophy to go home with. But there are a few candidates that I am keeping my beady eyes on. That's a great move there from Van der Stroys. And Klausman also manages to thread the eye of the needle. Van Wyk was under siege, and Van der Pavet nearly got the job done through as well into turn 4. So we are coming down to the final 30+ seconds and 2 additional laps. Jaden Teen looking to be the 3rd driver out of 4 that will take a win in a final. He's 3.2 seconds up the road. There's no need for him to panic, to lose that cool demeanour of his at the moment, because he knows that all he's got to do is just bring it across the line. Van der Stroys, however, has a different situation. Right, Kart is off the circuit. So Gwen Bloxhill we've lost on lap 2. Sweden's Mila Sjöstrand on lap 6. Vivian Rost on lap 7. Tim Dykmans, and that is, oh no, please don't tell me it's Ralph van der Pavet. I recognise the race suit. Sven Slagmolen and Jim Ringelberg have also, oh dear, so we've had a couple of incidents. Sven Slagmolen, so someone was limping just then, as, oh dearie me, it's gotten a bit feisty. This is not what you want to have banging down your back bumper at the moment, Tommy Van der Stroys, because he's got Julian Klausman, Jort van Wyk, Mika van der Pavet, Wout Kirstens, and also, yeah, so, yeah, Wesley Eckhart has also dropped down the order a little bit too. Yeah, Van der Pavet, Ringelberg and Slagmolen look to be off. That was Ralph actually off, walking dejectedly back to the marshal post. Through on the inside of turn number 4. So there's going to be one more lap to go. Jaden Teen on course. to again extend his championship lead. It's been the Grand Chelem for the number 359. The final lap is underway. Jaden Teen, we've hardly seen anything of in both races, and there he is out of turn number 4. Let's concentrate on our race leader for a little bit when we get the opportunity, but the battle for second has really, really heated up right now. Jaden Teen now making his way through turn 6. Oh, bit of a moment there between Jort van Wijk and Julian Klosman. That's given Van der Stroys the opportunity to go P2. Van der Pavert has now got Wout Kirstens up the inside, but there you go, picture in picture. Jaden Teen. Well, they do say that lightning strikes twice. The 359 does it again. It's a perfect score this weekend in Berghem. Jaden Teen, well done, buddy. Van der Stroy second. Third, it's Jort van Wijk. Julian Klosman, Mika van der Pavert, Wout Kirstens. And, oh, well, I've just seen driver 382 has just... on the timing, 382 has just been given. Lars Venning has just been given an official warning for driving conduct. That is a big no-no. Just going to wait for the last couple of drivers to come across the line. So Dylan Hummel and Mike Maastricht. Lap 16, Sven Slagmoller and Jim Ringelberg and Ralph van der Pavert out. Dijkman's out, but Jaden Teen wins it by 4.8 seconds and also picks up the fastest lap of the race. Tommy van der Stroys, Jort van Wijk, Julian Klosman, Mika van der Pavert ran at the top 5 ahead of Wout Kirstens, Benjamin Van Hees, Kaz Boshouse, Krik Knorren, Felipe Falk finishing 10th at the end of it all, ahead of Siem van Vliet, Luca Prima, Mitch Hainer, Bram Plomp, Max Costa, Flynn Fitters, Enzo van den Dickenberg, then we got Stan Goose, Pat Gubbles, Wesley Eckhart, Tai Chomink, Stain Peters, Martin Herrera, Lars Venning, Marth Snell, Dylan Hummel and Mike Maastricht. Rounding out the finishers, but Slagmolen van der Pavert, Ralph van der Pavert, Dijkmans, Sjöstrand, Bloksil, and Ringelberg has... Oh, well, I've just seen that Ringelberg's just been excluded on the timing, but that concludes the Senior Rotax Final. Up next, DD2 and DD2 Masters. Okay, right. Let's take you through the grid for our last race for Rotax here at round 2. It is DD2 and DD2 Masters. Well, Imke Arts winning the race, the pre-final earlier on after a great battle between her and Nicola Guillaume. They line up on the front row of the grid. Axel goes, and Sam Knofius will be on row 2. Jordi Klebor will be joined by DD2 Masters pole sitter and winner of the pre-final, Bas van Vlimmeren. The ever-experienced, the veteran, Christoph Adams will be on the inside of row 4 alongside Giel Brander with Jesse Spans and Rick van der Straat rounding out the top 10. Wim Roelof and Dominic Oels round out row 6. Carl Klebor, Ronne Lessor on row 7. Niels Berle, Mark van der Kamp, Christophe Lessor, Derek van Kurt, Ton van Weert, Brett Ottes, and I'm really pleased to say thank you to Gabby from Chrono for telling me, well, we saw her walking away from the medical team, Lisanne Kielstra is back and in the kart. So kudos to Lisanne for doing that. Maurice Knopf is due to start at the back of the grid. Also, official warning was given to Mark van der Kamp for leaving the kart before the check, leaving the kart before the front fairing check, and also got a 5-second penalty for front fairing. Brett Ottes got a 5-second front fairing penalty, despite having DNF'd on lap 12. So, after this, we'll have 2 more races to go. Just a quick reminder to KZ2, we could very well be racing under the floodlights tonight, so clear visors have been clear visors are order of the day. That is what I've been told by the organisation. So 2 more races to go after this for us to conclude. And you know what? We are less than 10 minutes behind schedule. Big thank you to Michael and the team from Chrono for getting everything ready to rock and roll. So who knows, could we be seeing us getting back on time for the final race? Not 100% sure, but you never can tell. Okay, into the tram lines. Revs rise, flag gets us underway and racing. Imke Arts leads us into turns 1 and 2. Axel Goes was looking up the inside of Nicolas Guillaume, and where is Guillaume? I was just trying to look. He's all the way down at the back end of the field. Oh, he got muscled out big time. I think he might have run off circuit. So Imke Arts leading the way. Axel Goes, Jordi Klebor, Sam Knopfiers. And that puts Bas van Vlimmeren on, I think, 5th place. So hold the phone. Guillaume has got 12.5 minutes plus 2 laps. Christoph Adams just needs to keep both hands on the wheel. Christoph, you should know better than that. You've been doing enough racing. So humidity has dropped. Air temperature now 14 degrees Celsius. Sam Knopfius up the inside of Axel Goes. And that was for P3. Got the job done. And there is Bas van Vlimmeren. Okay, get this. DD2 Masters driver. Leading the class and is 4th. How about that? How about that? That's absolutely brilliant. So, my question is, Nico Guillaume, what have you got in the tank? Let's find out. Well, Guillaume is now all the way down in 21st position. And he's got a lot of motoring to do. He's got a big mountain to climb. He's actually behind. Who'd have thought of this one? Nico Guillaume, all the way down at the back end of the field. Imke Arts leading. Jordi Klebor is now 2nd. Sam Knopfiers looking, well, now a little bit of history with Sam Knopfiers. I don't, great command of the English language. Was based in the UAE for a number of years and actually raced Rotax and Micro and Mini over there. So shout out Guy Sheffield and the team at Alain Raceway, I would imagine, on that one, and probably David Bright at Dubai Autodrome as Knopfiers goes for 2nd. Great move up the inside of Klebor, who is going to try and is it's like gesticulation between the pair of them. No, you go first. No, you go first. Right, come on, let's go and get after Imke, shall we? She's leading. She's now pulled a gap. And yeah, I think Nicolas Guillaume might have sustained damage, and the 444 could be out of the race, I'm afraid to say. So 9 minutes and 50 seconds left to go on the timer. Plus 2 additional laps. It is going to be rather crucial. The now looking at this is something I don't really do that often. Sunset expected in about an hour's time. We could be cutting this really close, you know. However, Imke Arts, this could be a great way to wrap up the weekend. Of course, she took the win in what was a very delayed affected. Now, Lisanne Kielstra at the moment, let's give an update on her at the moment. She's currently up 4 places to 17th on the grid. But Sem Knopfjes is trying to get past Imke Arts. Now, does not need to force the issue, does not need to try and go for broke and hope that it works. However, sometimes, as I said earlier on today, it is a case of some drivers will be going for that, they'll want to lead. They'll want to lead at the front of the field. And there'll be those that will want to stay in second. The gap between them is just over 1.1 seconds, and a big thank you to everyone that's actually made it possible for us to hit on the YouTube channel exactly 1,100 subscribers this weekend, so thank you all. But now Imke Arts is starting to stride away ever so slightly. Sem Knopfjes is really good on the brakes, it seems, coming through. Oh right, CRG off the circuit, that's the 416. Derek Van Kurt off the track. The clouds are looking a little bit greyer up the top. We've all been hoping, and I'm going to do it now, touch wood. Sem Knopfjes now has the race lead. Knocked on the table, knocked on the door, knocked on the side of my head. Yes, 3 types of different timber to deal with, one of which is skull inside of flesh. But Imke Arts now is 2.5 tenths of a second behind. There is an opportunity. Now, we have had a change in the meantime. So that is Rick van der Straat in the Sodi kart, who's now made his way up from 10th and is P5. Christoph Adams leads the way in the DD2 Masters classification. Could see, now we've got 3 DNFs. So Derek Van Kurt on lap 5, Nicolas Guillaume and Moritz Knopfjes out on lap 2. Still have 6 minutes and 41 seconds to go on the timer, plus an additional 2 laps. We still have KZ2 and KZ2 Masters and KZ2 up after this last race. Of course, the championship will then go to Marienborg on the 28th of April, coinciding with the second round of this year's Belgian Max Challenge, run by the team led by Brenda Svennen and Koen Lemmens at Karten Genk. Is going to be a case of, right, Sem Knopfjes leading away by exactly 6 tenths. Imke Arts, oh right, Jordi Klebor looks to be the next retiree, the 440, the younger, the son of Carl Klebor, who at the minute is really starting to push on a little bit. He's well, he's just been passed by Gil Bronder for the final step on the podium. Come on, Carl, go on, De Backer, go on, go and get him. Interesting thing that for those that don't know the story about why I nickname Carl Glibble the Baker, well, of course it's Dutch for the Baker. His original nickname was the fastest baker in Flanders, and it stuck. And then I spoke to him one day and I said, it might be easier if I call you the Baker. Would that be easy? He said, yeah, it sounds better. You know, so it sticks. But Axel Goes is the fastest driver out of anybody so far in this race. 44.692 seconds for the number 455. So we are fast approaching 10 to 6 in the evening at Circuit Park Berghem in the Netherlands. It's been a wonderful experience to see this kind of track, of course, finding out about the CIK FIA history, and of course Dave Ritson, who I said hi to on the live stream, he said, yeah, I was in around that time. So Dave has been in karting for a very, very long time as a driver, as a championship organiser, now also works as a consultant within motorsport. Good friend, and yeah, has his moments. He's a crazy guy, but he's a good bloke, and has a great family as well. So 4 minutes to go, and Sam Knopfjes is not being allowed to get away. Imke Arts looks to be ramping up the pace in the 4:21. The gap last time around, well, 2 laps ago, it was 6/10. What is it now? 4/10. Nick van der Start is still the fastest driver out there. And now it's Brett Otters, the driver who retired on lap 12 after an incident. And it's getting very, very interesting indeed with 3.5 minutes to go. Axel Goes might try and steal a podium, steal the final step, or the runner-up step on the rostrum from, of all people, Imke Arts. So this is where things really, really do come to fruition. Sam Knopfjes said, well, when I was at Genk, there were mistakes being made all over the place, and now, with 3 minutes plus 2 laps to go, Knopfjes has an opportunity to go for the W here in DD2. And at the minute, Christoph Adams looks to be hitting the top step this weekend. Quite comfortably do so. Knopfjes leading by half a second. Axel Goes trying to put the frighteners on Imke Arts for that runner-up spot on the podium. Could be the case, you just never know. With 1 minute and 45 plus 2 laps, Knopfjes could start to expand that gap. It was 4.5 tenths. It's now nearly 5.5 tenths. Okay, so we're down to 18 runners and riders in this race. Fastest lap so far. Imke Arts has decided it's go time and has the opportunity to try and close in that near 5.5 tenths of a second gap to Sam Knopfjes. So give or take, that's going to give us this plus 4 laps by my estimation. Imke Arts at a 44.380. Gap was 5.5 tenths of a second last time around. Now it goes to 0.38 and another new fastest lap. It looks like Imke Arts was saving the tyres. That's a very, very good strategy call. Of course, this is a longer race. It's 13 minutes as opposed to 10. And Imke Arts has already got 1 win today. Could it be the double for the 421? Well, that'll be dependent on how Zem Knopfjes responds. So the proof will be in the pudding, as they say. Axel Goes is still sticking with Imke Arts. 3 to go. Gap now half a second. And Imke Arts lost time by over a tenth in comparison with Zem Knopfjes. So the time has hit 0. We are on lap number 18 out of 20. Zem Knopfjes, as soon as he took the lead from Imke Arts, really hasn't looked back that much. He's trying to do everything to keep the race lead. Started 4th on the outside of row 2. Penultimate lap of the DD2 and the DD2 Masters Final still underway. But also keep your eyes on the battle for the DD2 Masters lead. Christoph Adams has now got Bas van Vlimmeren right up the rear bumper and is up the inside through at turn 4. I think van Vlimmeren has just stolen the race lead off of Christoph Adams, and he has done. Van Vlimmeren wait for a late lunge up the inside of Christoph Adams at turn 4 and now has the DD2 Masters class lead. And, oh, right, okay, there's something brewing, and it's not the weather. There's 2 drivers in front of Zem Knopfjes and Imke Arts, and they've got the blue flags, and it's the last lap. This could be very, very crucial on how these drivers in front keep out of the way of the 3 leaders. The blue flags will be waving. Knopfjes trying to get through. That's the 510 of Ton van Veer in front. And now that's holding up. That's holding up Knopfjes. That's brought Imke Arts back into play. Imke Arts now has an opportunity. So does Axel Goes. That's going to be Christoph. I'm not too sure who that is in front of them as well. But the blue flags are being waved. And Knopfjes gets through. Arts has got to thread the eye of the needle. It's going to be too late. Too late. Out of the final corner, Zem Knopfjes wins the final by 0.166 seconds. From 4th on the grid to victory lane for the young man in the 420. A welcome return to Rotax, and what a way to round off your second weekend as a DD2 driver. You pick up the win in the final. Imke Arts, that's a great points haul for the 421. A win in the final and in the pre-final, and a win in a second in the pre-final. There was also the 522 of Niels Böhler going across the line, but Zem Knopfjes wins the final for DD2 overall ahead of Imke Arts, with Axel Goes completing the top 3, Rick van der Start and Bas van Vlimmeren. The latter winning the DD2 Masters class by a late lunge up the inside of Christoph Adams at turn 4 on the final lap. Brett Otters, Gil Bronder, Carl Klebo, Ronald Lessor round out the top 10, with Bronder rounding out the top 3 provisionally on the podium. We've got Mark van der Kamp, Dominic Hummels, Lisanne Kielstra getting herself back in the car, making up 8 places to 13th. That is grit and determination, even with that big accident on the pre-final earlier on today. Wim Rouleau, Niels Böhler, Jesse Spans, Christoph Lessor and Ton van Veer round out the finishers, with Jordi Klebort retiring on lap 7, Derek Van Coort on lap 5, with Moritz Knopfjes and the biggest retirement of all, Nico Guillaume on the opening lap.
juist langs ons afgegaan. Ja, maar de rest is langs ons neergegaan. Ik denk niet dat we hier regen krijgen. Het eerste uur zie ik niks passeren bij ons. Juist langs ons door elke keer. En of. Ja, maar nu zitten we in Nederland, hè.
Okay, we get underway with our penultimate race, and welcome to the KZ2 Final. Well, not only is Jeroen Bos a pre-final winner, and he starts on pole position, but he is the new lap record holder for KZ2 Masters around the circuit at Berghem with a 43.044. He's got Wesley de Waal. It's a repeat of the pre-final on the front row. William Gluster and Mick Bertram on row 2. William van der Gaai and Danny Stockman on row 3. Edgar Oosting and Niels Costa round out row 4 with Floris Schouten and Glenn van den Hoek running out the top 10. Martin Peters and Benno Ridder round out row 6 with Gert van den Brink, Davide Caruso, Bastien, René Cleven, Kenny Schippers, Fabrice Burker, Martin Versteeg and Mark Verhoeven rounding out the 20-strong grid. So, penalties issued for jump starts to Niels Koster, Martin Peters, and also the 163 of Floris Schouten. 5-second time penalty for front fairings for Breuker, then Oosting and Caruso, with Breuker also getting one as well. Official warning for the 131 of Davide Caruso for leaving the cart before the front fairing check. Mark Verhoeven was actually disqualified from the pre-final for attempted manipulation of the front fairing. So he starts from the back of the grid. We are running, ladies and gentlemen, just under 10 minutes behind schedule. Great work by all the crew here at Chrono. And as you can see, the light is starting to fade. We have already suggested, we've already said to KZ2 Masters to run with clear visors. Of course, the tinted or iridium visors will be very much not helpful. However, we're about to get underway with the KZ2 Master Final. Thierry de Jong won it at Genk. Who's going to win here at Berghem? We're about to find out, because ready, set, let's go racing. Good start by Boss off of the front row. Bertram gets through on Wesley Duval on the whole shot through into turn 2 as they make their way down into 4 for the first time. So Jeroen Bos, as it's going to be side by side, it's nearly 3 wide, I think, possibly going down into turn 5 for the first time. As Duval trying to get through for 3rd place on Bertram, and he gets through. It's also William Klooster that gets through for 2nd position. So great work by the 111 who started on the inside of the 2nd row, dropped down to 4th, now back up to 2nd. Michael Verhoeven already getting through on Martin Versteeg on the 1-4-2. But, oh, dramas for Jeroen Bos. He's slowing. Jeroen Bos, new track record on pole position. And I think he's just got a big, big problem. He's nearly come to a stop on turn 2. The lap record holder pulls it into the pits. I can't believe it. Jeroen Bos is out. Oh dear, that just goes to show you have a you have a brilliant pre-final. You break the lap record of the circuit, and then it all goes horribly wrong through no fault of your own, a technical issue. Oh, right. I am seeing that it's getting a little bit darker out here. Now, everyone has been hoping that the rain has been staying away. Oh, slippery surface flag. I think it's just come out for the first time today. Oh, dear, this is going to be... Now, is that rain? Is that possibly rain? It's looking a bit fritzy from what I can see. Yeah, slippery surface flag is out. So the rain that we have been hoping, I think little spittles are just happening. It's 3 wide. We've got carts off at turn 3. One's backwards. This is going to be so tetchy. If the rain accelerates in terms of velocity and how hard it hits, we could be in for a big, big drama here with just this and one more race to go. And this is not what anybody wants. They just want to make sure they get through, get to the end of the race. Van der Kaaij now 3rd. 4th looks to be the 1-3-4 of Mick Bertram. Yeah, slippery surface flag is now being shown on the start-finish straight. You can see the drivers are having to contend with this. They are on slick tyres. So they've got to be very, very careful. And this might give an insight on what might happen with KZ2 coming up next. And that'll be our final race of the weekend here at Berghem. So Klooster has lost out 2nd to Van der Kaaij, of all people. William Van der Kaaij still rocking an old retro Team Netherlands race suit, I think. Yeah, it is. It's got the Dutch lion on the back of it. He could, you know, again, now this is just where this is very, very difficult in terms of the conditions on how you negotiate them. So we now see the drivers come out of the final corner. Danny Stockman was leading. It isn't now. Van der Kaaij leads after 4 laps. These are the lap times we're getting now, folks. Last lap time from the race leader, 1 minute 4.8. And now, oh yes, there is activity in the pit lane. The rain's coming down and someone's turned around. That was Mick Bertram, I believe. It was. The rain is starting to come down. There's going to be a hive of activity down in the pre-grid because there are wheel guns, there are tyres being exchanged for wets, and there's going to be drivers running to their awnings to get their wetsuits ready. It was, and it's well, who would have thought of that? The clouds have been menacing all weekend. Yesterday with free practice, it was a dry day, a little bit of overcast, but now it's getting darker out there. The skies are getting grayer and grayer. And you can see how, oh dearie me, that was, you know what, that Mark Verhoeven on, I think that was the 123 of Wesley Duval, who was on the front row of the grid, just got inadvertently hip checked. But it was because of the fact that Verhoeven put the power down and just the back end slid out. You can see now, everyone, this is the Jenson Button moment of the weekend. Anyone might remember the Canadian Grand Prix 2011? Jenson Button coming back from 5 pit stops, including clashing with his then teammate, now a man who's now a 7-time Formula 1 world champion, Sir Lewis Hamilton, coming together on the start-finish straight. Hamilton out, and then with 1 lap to go through one of the chicanes on the far part of the circuit, Vettel makes a mistake, Button goes through and takes the win in what was the longest Grand Prix in the over 7-decade history. So again, these drivers are in this situation. It's just the elements. The elements do play a part in karting, as that was the 123, Wesley Duval getting through. I think that might have been on Danny Stockman on the other Birrell Arts. But William van der Kaaij is leading, and he's got ahead of Benno Ritter, who's up 10 places, and now there are wet LeConte tyres being put on KZ2s. You can see now that it is an ice rink out there. So it's... I'm privileged to be in the position that I am, but I feel for those people that are outside, including our team here at Chrono Karting, the marshals, our camera guys, Philip and Dion, who are braving the elements, but the drivers are the ones that really are being tested. So this just goes to show how difficult things can be. So you can just see this. Now I've driven a rental cart on slick tyres when it's wet, and believe you me, this is no picnic. You're going to see drivers go off the circuit left, right, and centre. Throttle and brake manipulation are crucial to just trying to manage this situation. So everyone's working on their carts. Yeah, a lot of them. Yeah, they've gone on the LeConte. They've gone on the LeConte wet tyres, which is the LWR rain tyres. So this is going to be a very different proposition on what we see for the KZ2 final, which will conclude the action here at Circuit Park Berghem before we go to round 3 of the Chrono Karting Dutch Championship, and then also to the second and final round of the 2024 Benefit League. So now, William van der Kaaij is sitting on high right now, and he's got a 6-second lead over Benno Ritter. Floris Schouten is in 3rd. Edgar Oosting is in 4th. Mark Verhoeven up to P5. And still with 4 minutes and 24 seconds plus 2 additional laps, Verhoeven is currently 4.1 seconds off of the podium. So we will see what happens next. So Klooster, Duval, who were at the sharp end of the field. Klooster now down 6 positions to 9th. Duval, 8 positions down, started 2nd on the front row alongside Jeroen Bos. Kenny Shippers has also retired from the race, but Jeroen Bos was the... oh, we've had someone go around at turn 7. That was the 162 of... oh, that was Mark Verhoeven, and he's just gone round. So it's probably at least lost a couple of positions. So Vandenhoek, Caruso. Oh, now that is the 142 of Martin Versteeg, who's just gone off at turn 4. And he's now going to try and bump start the vehicle. We'll wait for everyone to get past, so at least you can do that safely. So people might say, but they might look back at this, as in the drivers, and go, they start laughing. But then they'll remember what it was like. And any driver, you put in a kart and they go, oh yeah, well, we're hoping that the rain doesn't happen. We've had a little bit of a 2 and 8 between. Martin Versteeg has just retired. And that's the 111 and the 124. So that is William Gloucester and Martin Peters, who have just had a little bit of a slight coming together. Oh, I've seen 2 brollies up for the first time today. There we go. So now they have just, well, with the lap times we're seeing, 1 minute 7.7 for the race leader, 1 minute 6.8 for second position. We're just seeing that these drivers will probably be out on circuit for about 7 minutes, give or take, and then we'll be breathing the biggest sigh of relief after this weekend. So it just goes to show that you sometimes, if you do persevere, and you'll feel a sense of accomplishment. So Van der Kay across the line again. Benno Ritter is actually closing in. Gap's now down to just under 4.9 seconds. Wesley Duval currently now P9. William Gloucester, who set the fastest lap of the race very, very early on of a 50.426. We've got 3 in a line coming through turn 4. And 1 losing out, I think, a couple of positions. So we've got a Maranello, a CRG, and a Sodi kart. Right, who have we got here? 163. Right, this is for the final step on the podium. Floris Schouten, Glenn Vandenhoek and Edgar Oosting. This is the battle for P3. Vandenhoek gets through at turn 7 with 35 seconds on the clock to go. Seems like that CRG is being very, very compliant at the moment. But also in these wet weather conditions, sometimes it actually helps to lean your body weight into the opposite way of where the corner is, so you get the traction on that side of the kart. So if it's a right-hander, you put left. And the 163, oh dearie, dearie me, that was not what Schouten actually wanted. Has just lost 2 positions as we go on to our second from last lap. So William van der Kay in the number 104 is this, plus 2 laps away from taking an emphatic win. Some of the drivers, yeah, just, you know, one of the biggest problems with regards to these conditions, there is Mick Bertram, who's got behind him, I think, well, one of which was Mark Verhoeven. Davide Caruso is the other one, I believe. Yep, the Charles Leclerc chassis in the 131, the German driver, proudly sporting the Italian tricolore on the side pods. But Van der Kay is making his way through out of the final corner very shortly, and will go on to the penultimate lap of the event, as there goes Verhoeven on Caruso, and Caruso loses another position. That's Wesley Duval up just behind as well. So still an opportunity for other drivers to make amends for what has happened earlier on during the race weekend. But William van der Kay is about 50% of the way through the penultimate lap of this race. And there he is, Number 104. It's an old school. It's a bit like Christoph Adams's 2016 vintage Team Columbia Grand Finals jacket that he was sporting in the a la carte cafe just off the start-finish straight. But one more lap to go after this corner for William van der Gaai. It's great to see him. Great to see him after such a long time. And he acknowledges the last lap board. So he's going to make his way through in towards turn 4 for the final time. There's Martin Versteeg just up ahead in 1:42. Benno Ridder in second. Glenn van den Hoek rounding out the top 3. And has got a big gap between himself and Edgar Oosting, who hasn't been able to score a podium this weekend. A real shame for the Sodi Kart driver, but of course there's still plenty of opportunities. And there is Van der Gaai making his way through into 7, and then good awareness there by Martin Versteeg saying, yep, thank you very much, slow down, jobs are good. And so when the rain had decided to come down, one driver would end up being on high, on cloud 9, even though the clouds are very grey up above. It's going to be the number 104 that's going to take the win, despite Jeroen Bos's retirement. William van der Gaai celebrates here at Berghem, and he wins the KZ2 Masters Final by 3 seconds. Benno Ridder, and welcome to the podium, Glenn van den Hoek in the 141 from on the CRG. Edgar Oosting. One more step it needs to be for the Sodi Kart driver, ahead of Floris Schulden, who did occupy P3 for quite a time, but unfortunately ends up 5th. Mark Verhoeven, last 2-6. Wesley de Waal finishes 7th, ahead of Nick Bertram. Davide Caruso and Martin Peters round out the top 10 with Niels Costa, William Klooster, Fabrice Burka. Martin Versteeg crosses the line a lap down in 18th place. We did have 2 major retirements. Well, we did have 2 retirements, one more major than the other. Kenny Shippers on lap 5, and Jeroen Bos slowing down on lap 2, having just broken the lap record here at Berghem. Danny Stockman, Gert van den Brink, Bas Steen, and then we'll also have René Cleven just coming out of the final corner now, and will complete the finishers in this race. But 18 out of the 20 finishes, and William van der Gaai picks up the victory after Jeroen Bos has the biggest drama after setting a new track lap record for KZ2 Masters here at Berghem, and also picking up the win in the pre-final earlier on. Okay, time for our last race of round 2 here at Circuit Park Berghem. It is the KZ2 Final. On the front row, it's going to be Kevin Steyhauer versus Robin Glerum, with Gil Mertens and Daniel Tenbach on row 2. Sam van Verskoylen and Farin Mega round out row 3, with Lorenzo Alivax, Ajin Yatic, Jano Opmeer and Koen van Ginkel rounding out the top 10. Dan Sopfi and Olivier Hart round out the top 12 positions. Then after that, Rick Mears, Maxime Deleur, Dirk van Zifthout, Enzo Bol, Nigel Hendricks, Jeffrey Fixer, Jens Streur will be the last of the drivers to start. Of course, Quinn Winkel, unfortunately excluded through the dangerous situation. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how these drivers get around the circuit. Just for a quick attention in the paddock, of course, we were due to start the podium at 6:45 p.m. this local time. That will be slightly delayed, obviously, with the delays that we've had so far. But thank you very much for your patience. As soon as I have all the results and we can get the podium underway, we'll get things started. Of course, if there is a new location for the podium, we will let you know accordingly. Thank you for your attention. So we'll be giving out trophies to the respective classes and also handing out the Driver of the Day award, which has already been decided. One of the criteria, for those wondering if you are a chrono karting racer, no penalties is one of the big points. If you have no penalties and we decide you're the Driver of the Day and you have a penalty, you do not comply with what that is. But it's also the fact that there are certain things that make up for it. However, one more race to go. Right. We have got a kart. There's going to be another formation lap. We've got one kart that has decided not to comply. That kart has started up again. Right. So, there we go. So we are going around for another formation lap here at Circuit Park Berghem. So floodlights now illuminate this 1,100 meter circuit. So the drivers start lining up for the final time. Who is going to win? KZ2. Let's find out. Green flag waves at the back. The grid is ready and ready to go racing. And it's now. The drivers make their way through. Great start by Robin Gliram from the outside of the front row. One kart has not got going on the start grid. So as someone goes a bit wide through out of turn number 4. It was a CRG chassis. I think it might have been Jarno Opmeer actually in the 207. But you can see now wetsuits, clear visors. De rigueur in KZ2, 12 minutes and 25 seconds, plus 2 additional laps. The spray, the rooster tails from the LeConte wet weather tyres. I'm going to very much showcase lack of visibility for the drivers, but Gliram and Stehauer are leading the way. Jenstra up from 19th and is now up into P15. There's Van Verskuilen battling away with Renzo Alibax. Farin Mega has dropped to 10th. Nigel Hendricks didn't get going, I think, possibly. Dan Zopfi, I think, might have been the driver that had a bit of a drama. But now the battle for the race lead has really heated up. Gliram ahead of Stauer. Gil Mertens in 3rd. Daniel Tenbach in 4th. Renzo Alibax in the 214 ahead of Sam van Verskuilen. That's the battle for P5. Olivier Hart up 5 places from 12th and is currently running P7. Koen van Ginkel, Arjun Yatik and Farin Mega now round out the top 10. So sunset's due to happen in about around about 6:45 local time. The temperature has gone down 13 degrees. The humidity has gone up ever so slightly. It's now become a northwesterly wind of 11 kph. Berghem still keeping Stehauer at bay for the race lead and also the win. Thomas Cyprus was the driver that took the win at Genk. So, as you can see, the big difference between the KZ2 Masters and now KZ2, whereby you have wet weather conditions that the drivers are now able to comply with in terms of the rubber on the tyres under that are attached to the wheels on the karts. So this gives you a real insight, and obviously with the light starting to fade here, it is going to be a case of just getting through, and then just get yourself to the end of the race, and then at least you can breathe a sigh of relief and just go, okay, right. Look at what was a positive, look at what was a negative, and hope that things might work a little bit more in your favour for the next round of the championship. But Robin Berghem now has the lead over Kevin Stehauer by 4.5 tenths of a second. Renzo Alibax has now made up 4 positions and has got through on Gil Mertens to now take away that final step on the podium. So it is going to be a case of it's Berghem versus Stehauer for the race win, 100%. Then you've got to look at what could happen behind, what could be the battle for P3. So it's side by side between Koen van Ginkel and Farin Mega. Mega has got through, so that is a change for ninth for the young man from Germany. But still, Stehauer got very, very close to the rear bumper of Berghem, coming through out of turn number 4. So, very different atmosphere when we get to this point in the race day. And of course, a very different format to what we had at the opening round at Genk on the 25th of February. Of course, there was a big contingent of drivers. Of course, it was a joint collaboration between Chrono Karting and team behind the Belgian Max Challenge of the B&L Karting Series, Karting Genk. So, which is why we had north of 205 drivers here. We've got about 50 shy, but it's been great to see the paddock filled to bursting point, and the atmosphere, despite the weather that was atrocious 2 days ago. It was, from what I saw on social media, it was not that great, to be truthful. Especially for those that had off-track excursions. But that's part for the course, you know. Free practice is to get you ready and steeled for the, steeled for what is actually happening. So if you do have wet weather conditions to contend with, you know how the kart's going to react. You know how everything is going to work in its own right, and how you can maximise that to your advantage. Still, it's very close. Enzo Boll has made his way up from 16th on the grid. Was running very, very well in the opening, the pre-final a little bit earlier on, but drama where he got collected, or when he had a moment of his own, coming through out of turn 10, if I remember correctly. And that would have been with Renzo Alibax. So Jeffrey Fixer trying to make his way up the order. He's currently in P12. Jarno Opmeer up to now, well, is now made some steady progress up the field, having dropped all the way to the back end of it. Now sits in 10th position, having qualified, having ended up 9th after the pre-final. There's the 219. Oh, Sam van Verschoylen got it a bit wrong coming out of the final corner, and Daniel Ten Back has just got through. Koen van Ginkel has just pulled it into the pit lane, but things are closing up at the front end of the field because Kevin Stehauer is now 1.3 seconds ahead of Renzo Alibax. So this could be a very, very interesting development. Fastest lap of the race so far, Enzo Boll in 7th, 55.038 from the young man. Last year's DD2 champion in chrono karting. Also, along with fellow SP Motorsport teammate Tom Braken, making the move to KZ2, and they're racing in quite a few different championships in this class. Berghem still keeping that distance between himself and Stehauer to around about 3.5 tenths of a second. Alibax is 6 tenths off of P2. Oh, now this is looking rather feisty, let's say. Alibax has just kept it nice and calm and composed. So is Berghem, taking the lead after Stehauer going through into turn 1 on the opening lap. Stehauer did not need to go that wide through turn 5. Enzo Boll now passed through on Daniel Ten Back. Right, let's see what the gap is between Enzo Boll, who's now made up 10 positions, and behind Renzo Alibax. That is, so call it 1.9 between Boll and van Verschoylen. Let's call it 1.8, so that's 3.7 seconds. So 4.3 seconds. That is how far away Enzo Boll has the possibility of starting 16th and getting up 13 positions to possibly get a podium. That's how close it is. But Stehauer is coming under fire now. Alibax is there and waiting for the opportunity to get through. And Stehauer going, a little bit of a bump between the pair. Berghem is holding on to the race lead, but for how much longer? Stehauer got the opportunity to get through at 6. We tried at 5, got side by side with the 216, and then tried to do the old bump and run tactic, and he's trying to do it here. He's got through. Stehauer retakes the race lead, and now Alibax up into second past Berghem through at turn 10. My, how the story has shifted into a new chapter. So, Berghem, after 10 laps, was leading, and on lap 11, he gets demoted down to the final step of the rostrum. And I don't think we're done yet. Gil Mertens. And hang on a second. Look how close Enzo Boll is to the back of teammate Sam van Verschoylen. And there is Alibax trying to fend off Berghem. There's Mertens. There's Van Verschoylen, there's Boll, there's Ten Back as well. So this could be fruity, to say the very least, because we are fast running out of time. We're fast running out of daylight and laps. So this is very, very crucial what happens now. It's about crossing the T's, dotting the I's, not making any mistakes whatsoever. So Stehauer finds himself where he wants to be in the race lead and ahead of everybody else. The welcome way to finish the weekend. Van Verschoylen is still ahead of Enzo Boll, and you can see they're pretty much on the same straightaway. The gap between first to 6th after 12 laps, just under 3.6 seconds. Never say never, I'll tell you. Main reason being is that we don't know how it could all work out after this. So running at a 55, so 3 laps to go. Stehauer has got a lead. Mertens is on the verge of a possible podium. So Glerum, I'm not too sure if Glerum took too much out of those tyres early in the race, because now he's struggling. You can't deny the fact that Enzo Boll is on a... Oh, someone's just gone straight on. And that... Oh, that's Gil Mertens! Gil Mertens straight on at turn 5. Straight on. I did not expect that. Well, how's about that for another twist in the tail? It's got more twists and turns in the tail than the never-ending story, but here's the battle for the race lead. It's going to be down to the final 2 laps as Renzo Alibak sideways out of the final corner whilst leading. Briefly took the race lead from Kevin Stehauer, and then Stehauer just went, right, well, you've gone wide, I'm going to line it up on the inside of you. Job done. Don't count out Robin Glerum. And then, look, not that far behind, Sam van Verskuilen and Enzo Boll, they are 4th and 5th. So there is a possibility that an SP Motorsport driver could pick up a podium in the final race of the day. But Stehauer has just kept his nose clean. He's just waited and bided his time. Gil Mertens straight on at turn 5. I don't think, well, Gil Mertens, you can tell by the body language that things weren't exactly helping him out. But out of turn 10, well, Alibax gets the traction and, oh, something went off the kart. I'm not too sure what that was, but there was something that came off of Alibax's kart. Whether it might have been a big bit of pickup. But now Stehauer is going to launch it up the inside of turn 4. Oh, dearie me, do not. I don't want to see a race ended by a late send. These wet weather conditions. Ah, right, we have got a kart stopped on the circuit. That is the 255. Oh, that's Enzo Boll. Enzo Boll is out. Dramas for the 255 as, oh, well, hang on a second. Stehauer just had a drama of his own there, and he lost out second to Robin Glerum. But hold the phone here. Renzo Alibax from 7th on the grid is now going to pick up the win in the KZ2 Final. Out of the final quarter, the 214 does it. Glerum takes 2nd. Stehauer takes 3rd. Van Verskuilen 10 back. Ran at the top 5. Jarno Opmid takes P6 in the wet. Started 9th, finished 6th. Olivier Hart, Farin Mega, Jens Troyer, and Jeffrey Dreur and Jeffrey Fixer round out the top 10. Dirk van Sifthout, Ajin Yatik, Nigel Hendricks rounded out the top 17. Enzo Bottle, the 17 that finished the race. We are just waiting. Well, Gil Mertens comes across the line. Unfortunately, 13th for the 234. Maxim Delua in 14th. Dan Zopfi, and last but by certainly no means least, we're going to wait for Rick Mewers to come across the line. Unless it, well, there is Rick Mewers in the number 204 across the line. And that, as they say, is that. But Renzo Alibax provisionally is your KZ2 winner of the final. There are your results on your screen, which I've just gone through just a moment ago. There has been a post-race penalty. Sam van Verskuilen, I did say possibly an SP Motorsport kart might pick up a penalty. Unsportsmanlike driving from Kevin Stehauer puts the 211 off the podium, promotes Van Verskuilen to 3rd, 10 back to 4th, but Alibax picks up the last race win of this meeting. Okay, it's been a long day, folks, but thank you very much for everyone that has tuned in on the Chrono Karting YouTube channel. So, 28th of April, round 3, second and final round of the Benefit League, sees us go to Karting d'Espagne in the Covent region, southern part of Belgium, on the 28th of April. We have got a trophy presentation, which for the folks here at the circuit is slightly delayed. I'm just waiting for a few more things to be confirmed. But there is some breaking news I want to inform you all about personally. Now, for those that saw on Chrono Karting's social media channels, I will be with the championship at Marienborg, the Lansard, both events in May and September, and I'll be back for the season finale. However, someone that a lot of you people will know from the Rotax family will be joining Chrono Karting as one of the official commentary team. So, get yourselves ready, folks, because for Kerpen on the 23rd of June and the return trip to Berghem on the 13th of October, we will have the voice of the Grand Finals himself. I can now officially confirm Henry Baudet will be making his way to Chrono Karting in 2024. It really has been a pleasure being here at this 1,100 meter circuit. A big thank you to everyone from behind the scenes. First of all, we have to say a big thank you to Circuit Park Berghem and the team for allowing us to host our events here for Chrono Karting. A big thank you to all the teams, drivers, families that have come to be with us this weekend. A big thank you to Race Control, Timing, Scrutineering, Park for May. Also, everybody else behind the scenes. I have to say a big thank you to Camp Company GmbH. We've had Victor and Gita in for the live stream. So it's been a fantastic event. I really have to say thank you so much for the warm welcome. I mean, it's been an absolute pleasure. I have to say a big thank you to Gabby and Ton from Chrono Karting, because without that opportunity to commentate on the opening round at Karting Genk on the 25th of February, and Martin van der Stroys is already happy that Henry Baudet will be in the commentary box. Yes, so the Welshman will be here at Chrono Karting. Don't worry, I will be back. But that is it from me, Alex Goldschmidt, your commentator for the second round of the Dutch Rotax and KZ2 Championship powered by Chrono Karting. Big thank you to Karting Champions League and Wagtechniek for their sponsoring of the live stream. So, tot snel op de baan. We will see you in Marienborg in April. Until then, good night. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday evening.